Troodon. 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 I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Troodon. 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 Troodon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Troodon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Troodon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Troodon.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Monday,
Troodon.
and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to have all of you here today. We've got some exciting stuff to talk about. Man, have I been busy lately, but I'm really glad to be sitting down and
Troodon.
broadcasting to you now. We've got some exciting theropod news on two different fronts, two different things that we've been talking about for a while. They've now come to pass. Pretty excited about that. That, like, rumors and insider info that we had,
Troodon.
now it's published.
Troodon.
So excited to share it with you. For anybody who's new here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Troodon.
As a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaur fossils. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general, everything from fossil bacteria to fossil whales, from fossil redwood trees to fossil shrimp, from fungi to frogs. If there's an organism that left record of its existence in the rocks, there's a paleontologist who studies that. It's not just dinosaurs, but dinosaurs are what I work on. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, what I talk about here on Twitch, and what I dig up during the summers. In a little over a week now, I think starting the 29th, we're going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs live on stream. I cannot wait to be able to share that with you again. This is going to be the 3rd or 4th year that we've done that, fieldwork live streams, and oh man, is it going to be good. I can't wait. But yeah, today we've got fossil news that we're going to go over. We've got some new publications, and I'm hoping we'll have a lot of Q&A as well. I want today to be a really interactive stream if we can help it, so I'm going to do my part and pay better attention to chat. Hello, everybody.
A dirter.
Ziggy Nightmare says you should have a gift in your P.O. box today or tomorrow. Thank you, Ziggy Nightmare. Let's see if I've got time to go there. I hope so. Yeah. But hello, everybody. Claire Burr and Arle, the Lenina, Matt M33 and Kodali, I believe. We're first. We've got Sketchy Tracks and Golganek. How are you doing, Golganek? How are you doing, Lenina? How are you doing, Claire? Wonderful to see all of you. I hope you had an excellent weekend. It's good to have you back. We've got I Am Morvash and Arid Ekan Wife. We've got Addicted to Capping, Helvetica Scenario, Tone Rebellion, Pursue 303, Lila Svarton, Tolkien, Otaku, Squiggles Dagabo, Pate B. I'm glad everybody liked the Troodon song. We've got some Troodon news today, actually, so excited about that. And Mysterious himself, thank you for the follow. I don't know why there wasn't an alert for that, but welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for clicking that follow button. We've got Zote, we've got Steph LRX, Lukai CH, Rathing and Mama Bonbon, Nelf and Raptor Renz, Rathing and Steph LRX. Did I already say that? Welcome, Steph LRX. Has helped. What's shaking with you? Mustache Mike. Hello. Yeah. And Lilith Spartan says, I hope that the landlords make an appearance. Hope no longer.
Troodon.
We have one right here. Hello, Mini Pie.
Troodon.
How are you doing? Whoop. You pushed the camera to the side, didn't you? There we go. Hello, Minnie. Oh, goodness. I must have pushed the camera to the side. Yeah. How you doing, Mini Pie? Yeah. Mr. Delight, thank you for the 33 months of support. Holy cow. I don't know why our alerts are not firing. I apologize for that. I don't think it's my fault. Yeah. Welcome. Mini Pie, did you have a good weekend? I was trying to pack up my field shirts for field work. You know, laying them all out, figuring out which ones fit, which ones will work for the field season. Managed to get about 15 of them together, and I started setting them down on the bed. And Mini Pie just plonked herself down in the middle of the pile.
Troodon.
So I'd had two or three shirts already on the bed, and she just got on there, sat on them, and would not move. So I'm just stacking shirts over her. It was, I thought it was pretty funny, actually. Do I have video of that? I think I might. Here we go. That's Minnie's tail. And Sweetie Pie doesn't know what to make of that. I think Minnie Pie is maybe a little bit anxious. She knows that I'm going to end up leaving for a while, like I've done for the past, 4 years? So, yeah, sorry, Minnie Pie. She does this with suitcases, too. she'll just go and sit in the suitcase. So I think she knows that I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna miss you too, Mini Pie. Yeah. Minnie wants to go too. I don't know if she'd like that. It's very hot where I'm going, at least in
Troodon.
in Utah. Wyoming weather tends to be a bit more unpredictable. You know, we might have freezing temperatures at the beginning of June, and then we might be in excess of 90 or 100 degrees Fahrenheit at the end of June. Wyoming weather is, it's not entirely coherent, I'll put it that way. Anywho, I don't know if you'd like it out there, Minnie. You got a really good gig here, including your rent payments. Let me pay up to the landlord here. Oh, yeah. There we go. Ooh. Good stuff. Oh, man. How's that, Mini Pie? And how's everybody doing? I hope you all had a pleasant weekend. It's good to be back. I had a really busy weekend trying to get this Tyrannosaurus skull ready for delivery. I've got probably another 12 hours worth of work on it, I imagine. But I really want to get this thing delivered before I leave for the field, so I've got my work cut out for me. Yeah. And a harness with a tiny shade umbrella would probably be insufficient. I agree, Golganek. I don't think Mini Pie would appreciate that. Yeah. What do you think? Do you think you'd like that? I'm not so sure. I am not so sure, Mini Pie. Crimson Carnothoris's weekend was decent. Went to see the new Final Destination film. Played some Oblivion. Very nice. Wait, they've made multiple... How does that make sense? How do you make multiple Final Destination films? Yeah. It's like the never-ending story. 4. Oh wait, no, hang on. I'm thinking of something else. Anyway, and Mizart Rules 30 months. Holy cow. Really appreciate that. It says 32 months on my end, and I don't know why our alerts are not firing. Let me check. So many issues with Stream Elements. Try and refresh things and see if that ends up fixing it. There we go. Overlays. Edit. Box 1. Alright, let's emulate that there. Follower event.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils,
it's
if they're
working.
removed, America loses them forever.
Let's hope that they fire organically now when somebody actually does something. I don't know what's up with Stream Elements. Anyhow, yeah. Final Fantasy IV. That's what I was thinking of, Claire Burr. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. Mizart Rules says, nice skull in the background. Thank you. Which one do you mean, Mizart Rules? One of them is new. Can anybody identify the 2 different skulls that we have in our background today?
Soldiers and their weapons.
Oh, hang on.
Powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
I'm sorry, the what? The what?
The
I didn't catch that.
The beast.
Again?
The beast. The beast. The beast.
Why are the alerts not
beast
firing?
From 20,000 fathoms.
That's what it's supposed to look like
Troodon.
on screen.
A fossil hard as rock. The odds of this happening are so slim they are impossible.
Double Nickel, thank you for the 6 months of support.
I think it's the same number of Rolling Stones farewell tours.
There you go.
The world of the dinosaur hunter, the world of the long shot.
Well, you know, a Rolling Stone gathers no retirement benefits? I don't know. Yeah, what is up with... I guess let me try and,
Troodon.
refresh this here. Refresh cache of current page. Let's see if that does any good. Anyhow. Thank you, Link for real, for the 12 months of support. And thank you, Double Nickel, for the 6 months of support. Really appreciate it. Anywho, what was I saying? The 2 skulls that we have in our background today. One right here, and one right here. What are these? There we go, now they're working. Steph LRX, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. One is an Archosaur and the other is an Archelosaur. This is true, Alexander Morrison. But those are both pretty big categories. Archosaurs are actually within Archelosauria, but yeah. So right here we have Zanabazar Jr. This is a Troodontid. I think formerly Sinornithoides Jr. So it's a big Troodontid. Like, the skull I have here is printed life-size. It's big. Thank you, Black Cat Lady.
Troodon.
I appreciate the 9 months of support. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Yeah, so this is a Troodontid up here. We're going to be talking about about the namesake Troodontid today. Troodon, which I'm very excited about. I've been looking forward to this paper for about 10 years at this point. Since at least 2017. So we'll say 8 years. I've been looking forward to this paper. Now it's out. We're going to go over it. A paper arguing for the validity of the name Troodon, and I think there might even be an official petition to the ICZN in there. So, yeah, it's finally out. We were talking with Dave Verricchio about this when we interviewed him back in January, and now it's out. So excited. And the other skull is one that I just finished 3D printing. I assembled this last night, in fact. And, oh boy, it's going to be tricky to move here. Oh, there we go. This is Dermokelly's leatherback turtle. This is an extant animal. These guys are still around today. And, I don't know, this has been part of this is a recent arc that we've had here. I was lucky enough to encounter some leatherback turtle nests in Puerto Rico a couple weeks ago, and I was just enthralled. This is my new fascination, my new obsession, is leatherback turtles, and I'm gonna see if maybe next year we can go back to Puerto Rico, bring the streaming gear, maybe help out with some leatherback conservation, maybe help out at night doing some monitoring of nesting female leatherbacks on the beach, or maybe looking at the young emerging from their nests and helping them reach the shore. I want to see if I could do something like that, if we could stream it live and raise some money for leatherback conservation too. So that's something that I'm going to be looking into over the next year. I think we're going to be talking about leatherback turtles a lot. These really incredible animals. Let me show you the coolest picture that I've seen of a leatherback lately. Let's see. I wish it didn't have the big stupid watermark on it, but take a look at that image. It's so cool, I almost wonder if it's real. But that is a leatherback turtle. The world's largest living turtle, the world's largest living reptile by some estimates. And you can see that almost sarlacc-like mouth and throat there. Just so cool. I'm gonna be, hopefully, to fundraise for our trip to Puerto Rico next year, and to fundraise for leatherback conservation too, I want to produce some t-shirts, hand print them live on stream, and I might use this image as an inspiration for the design, we'll see. But that's incredibly cool, isn't it? Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, leatherbacks. I'm all about them. And let me show you something else cool that I saw recently. SoCal Sea Turtles, which is actually a really cool website. They might even be worth contacting to see if we can do a collaborative stream or something when I go to TwitchCon. This is located in San Diego. They've got a map of California sea turtle sightings, which is really neat. And I was kind of shocked by this. I go up north to the San Francisco Bay Area. This is where I live, in the East Bay over here. Here's San Francisco. There's Marin up there. There's the Golden Gate Bridge right here. So, yeah, this is where I live. You wouldn't expect to see sea turtles in San Francisco Bay. But apparently, we've got a sighting of a leatherback turtle right here, about 1 mile north of Treasure Island there. Floating in water, okay. Hopefully swimming in water. September 16th, 2020. So incredibly cool. One of my favorite critters, something that I think of as a very exotic animal that would live far off in the ocean depths. And they're right here in my own backyard. It's nuts to think about, you know? How cool is that? These guys actually nest in Indonesia. This is the Pacific population of leatherbacks. And I don't know if this individual one would, but a lot of them that come up the California coast, they swim all the way across the Pacific. It's like a 3,000 or 4,000 mile journey that they do every year. The females do anyway. They'll feed in the cold waters off of the California coast. And then they make the journey every year all the way across the Pacific to nest here in Papua and in Indonesia, which is astonishing to think about, you know? Just bonkers. Like, that's so wild. It's so cool. What an incredible animal. So anywho, yeah. He probably escaped from Alcatraz and was heading in the wrong direction. Well, I hope he got out okay, Arle. If there ever a creature well equipped to escape from Alcatraz, without the use of wings or paper mache heads, he would be a leatherback turtle or any other kind of sea turtle. Yeah. And Casey Snort says, "Wow, that's so far. I knew they migrated, but forgot just how far they actually go. It's incredible." Yeah, here, we could probably find a quick video on that. Let's see here. Here we go. I think we watched this last week.
About leatherback turtles, they are huge animals. They engage in these incredible migrations across the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, look at this. Just nuts.
These animals are able to maintain a body temperature greater than their environment, which is very unique for a reptile. And they do this all on a diet of jellyfish. Truly a magnificent animal, and I think one of the reasons why it doesn't receive more attention is because...
Imagine doing that. Imagine almost eating it, like, nearly your entire diet is sea jellies, jellyfish. And then you go and swim 4,000 miles. That's bonkers. Like, that's... Imagine that. You know, just let that thought wash over you. Take in its significance. How cool is that? You're an enormous marine reptile, you eat jellyfish, and you'll swim 8,000 miles in a year. Incredible. You know? Incredible.
It's not an animal, it's easily seen. Essentially, hatchlings leave the beach and they're about that big, and when the people see them again at the nesting beach, they are animals that weigh 1,300 pounds and almost 6 feet long.
Nuts.
We're here off the central coast of California between Half Moon Bay and San Francisco
Yeah.
to learn more about movements of these animals. They're a very cryptic species. They lie very close to the water. Not very much is exposed. We're most able to be effective with the help of an aerial team. And they essentially spot the animals for us and direct us to them.
So, Steph LRX says, why do they travel that much? So the females do that, and that's because they're feeding in these areas with lots of sea jellies, and then they go back to lay their eggs on the beach in Indonesia or Papua, around there. So it's just kind of part of their life cycle. They go to where there's a lot of food, and then they go to where they can safely have their babies.
When we get on a turtle, it's a pretty exciting couple minutes. After the net is put on it, we have it alongside the boat where we secure it with some additional ropes. And this boat is a very unique vessel, like a small...
So, Flowers of Salt says, I'm always surprised that being cold-blooded and ocean-born is a combination that works at all. Well, it often doesn't. That's the thing, is that these guys... Calling them cold-blooded is like a gross oversimplification, and yeah, they generate their own body heat. Not necessarily through like actively burning calories directly to raise their temperature, but they're able to, just by swimming so much, by, you know, having such a high level of activity, their muscles will generate heat. And so they might be like a solid 30 degrees Fahrenheit higher than the surrounding water temperature. So this is a reptile, a so-called ectothermic, cold-blooded reptile that's essentially warm-blooded. They're generating their own body heat from the inside, which is why they can be found all the way up into like the Aleutian Islands of Alaska, or even down into like the Antarctic Ocean to a certain extent. It's incredibly cool. So they're living and thriving in waters that would be fatal to us. We would freeze to death in that water. And these reptiles, these turtles, are able to live and thrive there.
Small landing craft. We have a lot of nice PVC plating, rubber siding on here to keep the animal protected from hurting itself.
Good, that's good.
We put a transmitter on some of them to track their movements across not just the Pacific, but look in finer detail to help inform our fisheries about where these animals might be relative to different environmental conditions and what kind of depths it might be diving to.
And so there's some of the deepest diving tetrapods. Like, there's only a few other species of tetrapod. Tetrapods are, of course, most of you know this already, but for anybody who's not familiar with the term, tetrapods are animals with bones and limbs. So that's all amphibians, reptiles, and mammals are tetrapods. So all of these critters evolved from something that would have looked a little like this. A fish that came up onto land. From that, this is like what we would call a fishapod. This is like a transition from fish into tetrapods. Technically, tetrapods are a kind of fish because they evolved from this sort of creature. This is an artistic representation of Tiktaalik right here. You can almost call this a missing link. It's no longer missing between fishes in the water and fishes that developed limbs and came up onto land, tetrapods. So anyway, of all of the tetrapods, that's, again, amphibians, mammals, and reptiles, including birds, are all tetrapods. Of all of these guys, the deepest diving ones are some of the whales, like sperm whales and beaked whales. And then elephant seals are also very deep diving, and then leatherbacks. It's thought that they might descend as much as like 3,000 or 4,000 feet. I've heard rumors that they might even descend to like a mile's depth beneath the ocean surface. Nobody really knows, I think, just how deep leatherbacks can dive.
We also sample them remotely with a camera that's attached with suction cups. And what this allows us
That's
to
so
do
cool.
is to look at the type of jellies that they're eating.
Huh.
Likewise, those camera devices will also carry a small time depth recorder so we can look at what depth they're actually taking these jellies.
Nice.
One of the things we've learned about this population is that it's actually a meta-population. So some of the population is using foraging grounds over in the South China Sea, others in the North Pacific. Still others migrate off of Australia, New Zealand, as well as those that come all the way across the Pacific here to California.
So what's really cool, and I think one of the reasons why I'm so fascinated by these animals is they have this enormous migration like this. But as a result, they're just all over the place. Think about it like this. If you're somebody who's passionate about saving the oceans and all of the creatures within, a leatherback turtle is kind of a wonderful ambassador for that, you know? If you save leatherback turtles, if you make it so that their populations can recover and they can thrive, you're doing that by reducing plastic waste in the waters, by reducing pollution, by reducing ship strikes, by reducing your, stopping overfishing, and also by preserving their nesting habitats. All of these beaches. If you do all of that, then there are so many thousands of species that benefit from that. Almost a spillover from saving the leatherback turtle. You know what I mean? If there were a big multinational concerted effort to protect and conserve these animals, get their numbers back up, it's, a rising tide lifts all boats. All of these other critters would benefit from that as well. So yeah. And Scorch Hellfire says, makes me wonder how they deal with the stings. So I think nobody, I don't know if anybody really knows so far. I think that might be one of those things that's still kind of mysterious. Because they do seem to be largely immune to the stings of cnidarians like jellyfish. We do know that the inside of their mouth and all down their throat, you've got these backward-facing keratinous spines. So that might have something to do with it, is that these spines are just kind of immune to the stings like that. But you would think after you get into the intestines and everything that, that all of these, what are they called? Cnidarocytes, the stinging cells of cnidarians like sea jellies. You would think that would just wreak havoc on the innards of these animals, and apparently they don't, These guys mostly eat sea jellies. And maybe there's something about them that makes them immune to the stings. That's another thing, is if we could figure that out, if there were a concerted effort to study these guys' immunity to the stings of jellyfish, maybe you could develop a topical ointment or something that would protect you against jellyfish stings. You can isolate what chemical that might be, or something like that. Could be a potential cure for jellyfish stings. Imagine going to the beach and just seeing a ton of sea jellies all over the place and going, oh boy, I guess I can't get in the water. And then you remember, oh, I got the special reef-safe sunscreen, specially formulated to also protect against sea jelly stings. And you put that on and you're good to go. Imagine how cool that would be, It's possible, I guess. Like the secrets to being immune from sea jelly stings might lie in the leatherback turtle. How cool is that? We had another good question here too. Raptor Rens wants to know, is there a reason their shells look different from other turtles? Absolutely, yeah. So let's go back to our tree of life here, tetrapods. And let's go to, well, here, I could just do it manually. We've got amphibians over here. We've got amniotes, which are the reptiles and mammals. So over here you have sauropsids, which are reptiles. And you have synapsids, mammals, over here.
Troodon.
We're going to the reptile side of things. So, here's Archaeolosauria, which is birds, turtles, and crocs. Over here you've got the turtles. And then we've got our sea turtles right here. No, hang on. No, we don't. Where are they? There they are. Right there. I think this is wrong. I think sea turtles diverged a lot earlier than this. But anyway. You've got 7, some people say 8 species of living sea turtle. Kemp's Ridley, leatherback, hawksbill, Olive's Ridley, flatback, green turtle, loggerhead. Yeah, so leatherbacks are the earliest diverging one. So they diverged a long time ago, probably during the Cretaceous. So they split off and went in their own direction and evolved a different shell shape and shell structure than other turtles. So, here. The most well-known species of sea turtle is probably the green sea turtle. And these guys have got a fairly solid carapace. You know, there's bone all over that. Leatherbacks don't have that. Leatherbacks have got, as the name would imply, a leathery back. So their skeleton looks much more like this. They don't really have the hard carapace. It's hard to find a good picture, actually. There we go. There's a juvenile. But they essentially just have like a shell that's made of ribs with leathery skin stretched over it. Hence the name leatherback. Does that make sense? Yeah. So anywho, yeah. Just Chatting says, I just lost it, Metazua. Shoot, we should do Metazua. It's been ages since we've done that. Metazua. Let's do it. I used to do this every day on stream. This is a simple game. It's a lot like Wordle, the word guessing game, where you've got to try and guess what is the animal of the day, and they are all animals. So what I like to do for this, my strategy is, since this game is heavily tilted toward tetrapods and in fact toward mammals, what I like to do is just do some kind of placental mammal at the outset, because chances are it is a placental mammal. So I don't know, give me the name of a placental mammal, somebody in chat. Placental mammals are all the mammals that don't lay eggs and don't have a pouch. Usually I can get this within like 4 or 5 guesses. Granger says cow. Okay. Let's do cattle. Cow. That'll work. Oh, okay. So, the way that this works is it shows you on the animal family tree the smallest clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal. Again, we're trying to find this mystery animal. We know it's an amniote, but that's the smallest clade that we have in common with the mystery animal. So we guessed cow. A cow is a mammal. If the mystery animal were a mammal, then it would say mammalia or synapsida, and it doesn't. So what that tells us, since it's an amniote but not a mammal, it means we can't take a left right here, we gotta take a right. It's gotta be some kind of sauropsid. Now sauropsids are reptiles, including birds. Birds are a kind of reptile. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are a kind of reptile, hence birds are reptiles. So right now, our big fork in the tree is it an archosaur or archelosaur, or is it a lepidosaur? So the archelosaurs include birds, turtles, and crocs. Lepidosaurs are lizards and also tuatara. I'm gonna guess it's probably an archelosaur. Just by the numbers, it's probably a bird. So let's pick a kind of passerine bird, because the majority of bird species are passerines. Passerine birds. Perching birds. There's over 5,000 species of them. Some people would say over 6,000. Yeah. Let's do let's say a sparrow. Here we go. Let's try sparrow and see if that gets us anywhere close. Okay. Well, this is going to be tricky. The bird ones are often tricky. It is a neonath bird, but it is not a passerine bird, which is interesting. So passerines are part of this big radiation of birds. Let's see. So it's a neonath, but it is not a passerine. It's probably some kind of fowl, I would guess. Like a turkey or a duck or a chicken or something. Let's try duck. Let's see if that gets us anywhere close. Yes, it is within Anatidae, the duck family. So that was a lucky guess there. Ducks, geese, and swans are Anatidae. Let's try goose and see if that gets us anywhere closer. And there we go. Yeah, Canada goose, Branta canadensis. Excellent. So we got it, not too shabby. We got it in, what was that? 4 guesses, I think? Not too shabby. Yeah. And Tolkien Otaku says you got it in fewer tries than me? Yeah, it's, if you approach this from a phylogenetic perspective, using the one zoom tree of life here, this can be a wonderful clue when you're playing, a wonderful like aid when you're playing Metazoa. Because you can just look at Metazoa, the animals here, and if you think about it in terms of different branches and clades, it makes it so much easier. It helps to have some background knowledge about this, of course. So you know how to interpret the tree, you know how to read it. But, yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Anyhow. Yeah. Hubris James says cow was pretty close. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, across all of Animalia, cows and geese are not that far from each other in the grand scheme of things. Because, I mean, when we're talking about animals, we're talking about 1.5 million species. The vast majority of which are invertebrates. Invertebrates being insects, crustaceans, and annelids, worms, echinoderms, so many different invertebrate species. The vertebrates, by contrast, there's only about 70,000 species, give or take. Fewer than 100,000, probably. So it's like 1/15 of all the animals.
25 million years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
And Merv,
Hey,
thank you for the
everybody,
35
Getting real
months.
close to a year.
Real close there, Merv. Yeah, just stick it out. I think a little bit. It's a little bit longer. You'll get there. Appreciate you, Merv. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow. Oh, hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Was that Vincent Price? No, Dimwing. It's Sweetie Pie. How are you doing, sweetie? Sweetie Pie is also very creepy. Are you spooky, Sweetie Pie? Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. Look at that sweet face. Look at that sweet face. Oh. Good stuff? Yeah. Good to see you, Sweetie Pie. Here, let's jump to Sweetie Pie and other domestic cats on our tree of life. Domestic cat is a kind of tetrapod, mammal, carnivoran, felid. There it is, Felis catus. I say this every time I see this, but you would think out of all of the hundreds of millions, if not billions of cats on the planet, I'd be able to find a better picture than this. But I guess not. I wonder if this was, if this is like the founder of Wikipedia's cat or something like that. Is this Jimmy Wales' cat? I wouldn't be shocked. It is the cat. Yes, the platonic ideal of a cat. Is that like the headline image on? It's not on Wikipedia. I wonder how they ended up with that particular image there. It's a very friendly looking cat. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? You think you could take this cat in a fight? Do you think so? She's like, yeah, I'd wipe the floor with that cat. That cat's not nearly as sweet as me. Like, I don't think that's what we judge when we're talking about fighting. Everybody's like, I'm a cuddler, not a fighter. And you're right about that. You're right about that. Yeah. All right, let's get her some treats, huh? Yeah. Okay. Time to pay the landlord here. Get your butt out of the camera. Yeah. There we go. Look at those treats. Look at all those. My goodness. Rent is going up. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, we're gonna get into fossil news in just a few minutes here. Some exciting stuff to cover. Oh, there's also an article and I guess a preview clip for Walking with Dinosaurs. So we'll take a look at that. And we've got at least 2 new theropod papers, probably 3 that we're going to look at. 2 of them related to Troodon, and the other one related to Imperobataar. Oh! Just knock that off the desk. Come back up. There's more up here. I appreciate you trying to clean up the ones you dropped on the floor.
Troodon.
I don't know if you're going to be able to find them. Hey, hey. Okay. Anywho, let's talk about Imperobataar first. I actually just posted this to Blue Sky. By the way, we need to do a Blue Sky post. Let's do that real quick. Alright, control, print screen. See if that's any good. That'll work. Oh, except it's got the stupid OBS thing over the... Hang on. Would have been good, but... managed to mess it up. I could do better than that. Except there's a frog over my face here. So let's do it again. Let me turn off the emote wall for a second. That'll work. All right, excellent. Wall is back on.
The wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Thank you, little pink pony, for the
Should
15
have kept
months.
the frog.
People on Blue Sky don't understand the concept, I think, of an emote wall and emotes flying around the screen. It would have been confusing, to say the least. Ooh. There we go. We've got news about Troodon.
Troodon.
Genus name.
Troodon.
Vindication. As well as a reclassification of the Antarctic raptor dinosaur Imperobataar. Could be a T right there. And am I spelling this right anywhere? No, B-A-T-O-R. Okay. Nice. I'm glad I looked it up. There's so many different ways to spell it. It's derived from Mongolian, but, anyway, yeah. Plus the upcoming Walking with Dinosaurs. Premiere. Join us in chat at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. And let's put some hashtags in there. All right, and alt text. Screenshot me. Hashtag Twitch. Screenshot of me in my office. 3D printed troodontid elements and various other paleo vernalia. That's good enough.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. Good stuff. Here, so, here's a link in the chat for you. What I was saying earlier, I saw Tom Holtz had posted this, and this is something that we've known about for a while now, and it's finally been published, which is really exciting. So, when we were out in the field with Matt LaManna, who's curator of the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, he works with a lot of South American colleagues. He was telling us that a particular kind of theropod dinosaur called Imperobataar, the first, I think, dinosaur from Antarctica, he said that some of his colleagues, especially in South America, have been saying this thing looks not like your typical kind of big stocky dromaeosaur, but it has characteristics that might ally it with the unenlagines, as they pronounce it. There's different pronunciations for it. But we heard about this last June. I think it was live on stream that we were talking about it, and now it's been published, which is really exciting. Here, we'll take a look at this animal from Prehistoric Planet. Right here.
A thermal camera revealed a huddle of glowing bodies. Imperobataar. Hunters.
And I was familiar with Imperobataar, but not Imperobataar. I spelled it right, didn't I? Are you saying I spelled it wrong, Salamander? I can't see, sweetie pie. Move your tail. I can't see. Imperobataar. That is the right spelling, right? Yeah. Copied and pasted it. It should be fine.
Like most dinosaurs, they are warm-blooded.
So this animal's not known from a whole lot of material. The original authors described it as a dromaeosaur, and they made it look like they imagined it, you know, like a Deinonychus or like Utahraptor or something like that. Got a boxier snout, stocky build.
But to stay warm, they need a lot of food. So they must make a kill every few days if they can.
So, this is now out of date.
Fresh snow muffles the sound of their footsteps, enabling them to move undetected through the forest in search of prey. A Morosaurus.
Oh, sweetie.
A plant eater for whom winter is inevitably a very hard time.
It's a little beaky plant-eating dinosaur.
Imperobataars specialize in hunting such prey.
So it's a lot like, I think this is kind of patterned after wolves chasing an elk.
Is faster than its pursuers. But it's outnumbered by the pack. The Imperobata's long feathered tails give them remarkable maneuverability. The chase has reached the very edge of the forest. Beyond lies a frozen lake half a mile wide.
So again, this is Antarctica.
The clear open
the end of the
space
Cretaceous period.
could give the faster Morosaurus an advantage. But the frozen surface is treacherous.
Oh, Gamer's Tavern Show asked a really good question. What evidence do we have that dinosaurs were pack hunters? We don't actually have a lot of evidence about that. We do have a lot of evidence that many dinosaurs lived in social groups, and different lines of evidence show that, you know. Trackways, footprints of dinosaurs moving together and kind of, you know, the trackways weaving together like this shows that they were pretty much walking at the same time together. We've got lots of assemblages of different individual dinosaurs that died together, or at least they were buried together. And also more kind of oblique evidence like anatomical evidence from dinosaurs, like big fancy crests and frills and horns and display structures like that, that are generally more common in animals that are gregarious. But as for pack hunting, the main idea there, like, the primary evidence for that back in the day was John Ostrom's quarry digging up Deinonychus. There were like 5 different Deinonychus found together with a Tenontosaurus skeleton. And the idea was that a bunch of these Deinonychus died while trying to take down a Tenontosaurus. Deinonychus and Tenontosaurus. Here we go. So, kind of a classic image here. We've always got Tenontosaurus just being beset by hungry Deinonychus. But whether that actually shows pack hunting, it's really hard to say. You know, the idea is that these are really intelligent animals. They probably were social, complex behaviors. Why couldn't they have been pack hunters? Sure. But that's really difficult to demonstrate with fossils, you know? Science is not about having hunches. Science is not about having pet ideas. Science is about testing hypotheses using data. And that's really difficult to do for something like pack hunting. Even if you find a bunch of dromaeosaurs like Deinonychus together with a plant-eating dinosaur, that doesn't necessarily mean that they were hunting in a pack and they all got killed along with the plant-eater. It could mean that they just got washed together after a storm. After a river flooded its banks or something like that. They could have died in a drought. There's a lot of different scenarios that could lead to that. Likewise, when you find a whole bunch of shed teeth of Deinonychus with a Tenontosaurus carcass, does that mean that the Deinonychus were actually coordinating in a hunting pack? Or could it simply mean that there was just a group of them that went and ate the Tenontosaurus afterward? It doesn't even have to be a group. It could be a series of individual Deinonychus came over and chowed down and then went away. All one after the other. You know, maybe they weren't there at the same time. These are all possibilities. So trying to demonstrate pack hunting behavior in extinct creatures is very, very difficult. And nobody's been able to do that for certain with dinosaurs yet. Certain dinosaurs probably did hunt in packs. You probably had multiple kinds of theropods that would do that, but actually demonstrating that is a different story, you know? So I hope that makes sense.
I've done a lot of crazy.
Yeah. And Sydney, aka Coco, says, I never pictured dinosaurs in the snow. I mean, yeah, that's one of the things that I think Prehistoric Planet does really well, is they try really hard to challenge people's misperceptions of dinosaurs or false assumptions, stuff like that. They do an excellent job of that, you know?
With the Imperobataar closing in, it isn't much of a choice.
Careful. Nice, can be tricky.
Oof. A misplaced step. A chance for the Morosaurus to sprint beyond the predator's reach.
Better luck next time,
But
fellas.
this is an island, so hunters and hunted will almost certainly meet again.
There you go. Again, that's from Prehistoric Planets. Excellent stuff. There we go. Yeah. And let's see. Aurora in Studio says, what was the most social dinosaur? It's really difficult to say for Mesozoic dinosaurs, extinct dinosaurs, but we can directly observe some modern dinosaurs being extraordinarily social, like these guys. So these are starlings, European starlings, which are invasive here in North America. But they are beautiful critters. These are called murmurations. That's our word for this. When they... And it's mesmerizing. If you ever get to see this in person, it's kind of an otherworldly experience. So there's literally thousands of individual starlings here, and each one of them is, of course, a dinosaur. Birds are living dinosaurs. They are part of the dinosaur family tree. They evolved from dinosaurs, therefore they are dinosaurs. It's still not entirely known how they're able to do this, to move in these airborne groupings, all kind of flowing together without crashing into one another. The reason for this phenomenon is still a mystery. Yeah, and like, why do they even do it? I've heard it said before, it might just be fun. This might be something they enjoy doing. It's like having a big dance. Big communal dance. But they often do it just before they're settling in to roost, to go to sleep for the night. Ritual purposes is dealing. I mean, maybe. Yeah. Cool stuff. Here's a link to this video too.
Welcome to...
The meteorologist, her name is Amy Freeze. That's some nominative determinism right there, isn't it?
I'm Amy Freeze. Welcome to Fox Weather's YouTube.
I bet you that is her real name too. And it's the share button's not working, so let me just grab it from the URL bar. There we go. Anywho, yeah. Imperobataar. So there's the yeah, Gabriel Legueto, I guess, supplied the kind of concept images that they used for Prehistoric Planet. There's somebody trying to make it look a bit more like Utah Raptor there. There's not a whole lot that's known from this animal. We've just got a hind limb like that, apparently. And thank you, Mama Bon Bon.
Ontogeny.
I really appreciate the ongoing support. Let's get rid of that M. We don't want the mobile site. We want the desktop one. Beautiful. Mama Bon Bon, thank you for the 42 months of support. That's some serious ontogeny there. Thank you for keeping me here online. This critter's from Antarctica, which hopefully makes it more okay that it's so fragmentary.
225 million years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Fluffy Deinonychus, thank you for the 35 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. So this is James Ross Island, where this critter is from. I believe this is on the end of that Antarctic peninsula. Yeah. It was nicknamed the Naze Dromaeosaur before it was published. And it's, I guess, a UCMP specimen. Wow, I forgot about that. Yeah, so I think it's just down the road from me in Berkeley. Right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. I should go to see this the next time I'm there. Although it might be in the holotype.
There's a thought. You could hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard. All you'd have to do is show up for 5 minutes, whop, instant swimming pool.
Captain Pugwash, thank you for the 13 months of support. I appreciate that. It's good to have you here. Thanks for keeping me here online. So anywho, it's one of only 2 non-avian theropods known from Antarctica. The other one is Cryolophosaurus, of course. Was described... the described specimen was found in 2003 by an expedition launched by UCMP and initially described as a dromaeosaur in 2007. So we've also got teeth and skull bones. I don't know if this has been updated yet with the new paper. It has been, actually. But, this depiction of it that you saw here in Prehistoric Planet, of it being kind of stocky, looks a lot like Deinonychus. This, has been challenged. It's a new paper just today. Matt Lamana was telling us about this in the field last summer. Now it's been published. A reevaluation of this animal. Not as a more typical looking dromaeosaur, but as an unenlagine. So Prehistoric Planet also had another unenlagine. Not Butiraptor, it was Ostroraptor. There we go. So unenlagines tend to be longer and slenderer.
Garfish.
Oof.
Lunch for a giant Ostroraptor.
So a lot more slender, longer, skinnier snout.
They are relatives of velociraptors.
Really
but
short
much,
arms.
Much bigger.
Yeah.
20 feet from head to tail and weighing over 800 pounds.
So anyhow, longer snout. Butiraptor is another example. So the unenlagines tend to be really slim, really lanky, skinny, slender, much more delicately built than other dromaeosaurs. You know, if Deinonychus is an eagle, these guys would be like a heron or a stilt or something like that, you know? So our new paper in the journal Megiana, right? Yeah, Ameginiana. Oh shoot, where is the... Oh, darn it. I don't know if I have access to this. Shoot, I might not be able to look at the actual paper. I thought I had it. Hang on a sec. Nope, unfortunately.
Access denied.
This is paywalled. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry, everybody. But unenlagine affinities for Imperobataar antarcticus. Paleobiogeographical implications. So at least look at the abstract here, and that'll give us an idea of what this is all about. There we go. The only known specimen includes tibia, astragalus, calcaneum, fragments of metatarsus, non-ungual, and ungual phalanges. I don't think this is true any longer. I think they actually went back and got more material, didn't they? Got like skull bits and teeth. It was originally described as a paravian, so a bird-like dinosaur, with uncertain affinities, as it exhibits a mosaic of characters. This means it's got a bunch of different features that are characteristic of different groups. Kind of a grab bag of different theropod traits. Such as the fusion of the calcaneum and fibula, non-gigglemoid metatarsal 2, and the absence of a hyperspecialization of pedal digit 2. So, you saw in that depiction in Prehistoric Planet that there wasn't like a strong killer toe claw there. That's reflected in the fossils. So, it could very well be a dromaeosaur that moved away from having that killer claw, the sickle claw there on the second toe. There we go. Let's see. They put it into a twig data matrix to recognize its phylogenetic affinities. So they're running what we call a cladogram, a phylogenetic analysis, where you take a bunch of different characteristics from your critter, you code them as zeros or ones or twos, you put that matrix into a computer, or you put those, character traits into a computer, and then it spits out a family tree for you. So as a result, Imperobataar antarcticus is nested within the unenlagine clade. Despite its incomplete nature, Imperobataar exhibits a subarctoid metatarsalian pes, so the metatarsals are not fully squashed together like they are in tyrannosaurs and alvarezsaurs and ornithomimids. A condition regarded as an unenlagine synapomorphy by the present analysis. Very cool. So, a few subtle characteristics of that hind limb show that it's probably related to guys like this. The unenlagines, with their slender snouts and their lightweight builds. Which is interesting. Might be one of these really slim, skinny guys. Again, I think this is Raptor here. This guy. Yeah. Anywho, phylogenetic analysis is one of those things that we talk about here sometimes. I'll show you a clip. One of these days we'll find another clip here, but for the time being, here's Kevin Padian helping describe... Kevin Padian and Charles Gauthier.
Evolutionary character.
Sorry, Jacques Gauthier talking about this.
The method is called cladistics.
So this is something that really kind of kicked off in the 1980s, and it's now an absolute go-to method. Like, there are paleontologists where they just do this all day. Just coming up with family trees like this using computer programs. This is a major part of paleontology nowadays. So if it's news to any of you, I hope this helps explain it. Because this is a huge part of our science.
A systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics. These animals are more closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not.
So this kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Metazoa earlier today as well. Where we're like trying to come up with those groups like this is the most exclusive clade that contains our mystery animal and the one that we guessed. You can kind of narrow things down bit by bit throughout the evolutionary family tree, and that corresponds to what features these animals have as well. Does that make sense?
These three are more closely related to each other than to the fish because they all have 4 bony limbs.
Yep, they're
And
tetrapods.
these two are closer still because only they have feathers.
They're birds.
The results are plotted on a branching diagram called a cladogram.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors. And only a few features are really unique to you.
So, does that make sense? Like, he's going to use an analogy here, but I'm going to try and preempt that with another one, too, just to help clarify things a bit. You know, say we're looking at 4 different animals. We've got a coral, we've got a ladybug, or a ladybird beetle, if you're from a Commonwealth country. We've got a cat like Sweetie Pie, and then we've got you. So say for the sake of argument, well, no, not you. Let's say we've got, here, Carrot Top. Yeah, the comedian. He's got red hair, you know? We're trying to figure out who's most closely related to whom, you know? Well, the coral is orange, and Carrot Top has orange hair. They must be most closely related to one another, right? They've got that feature in common. Like, no, you've got to pick features that actually ally different groups of organisms. Things that actually matter in terms of the family tree. You know, a coral doesn't have eyes. He's got eyes. So does the ladybug and the cat. So creatures with eyes, that's like an informative trait. So the coral would be the outgroup there. You've got the ladybug, the cat, and Carrot Top together. Let's say it's a black cat and a red ladybug. Well, red hair, red ladybug, is that informative? That's not informative either. But the ladybug has 6 legs, 6 limbs, we'll say. The cat has 4 limbs. Carrot Top also has 4 limbs. That's actually an important characteristic. Also, Carrot Top and the cat both have bones. The ladybug doesn't have bones. Carrot Top and the cat are both mammals. Those are the features that are actually important. You could put whatever features you want to in a cladogram, but it might give you the wrong answer unless you do it right. You have to pick features that actually make sense, ones that are actually informative, ones that are recently inherited. What we call synapomorphies. So synapomorphies are traits that are inherited along the family tree. So you've got ancestral traits. These are ones that you just picked up from your ancestors, and like just about everybody has them. But then you get special traits that specially evolved. Those are the black notes there. Derived traits. And if 3 different organisms have a derived trait like that, that probably means they're closely related. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And if we wanted to find you plus your descendants, we'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you and are carried on by your descendants, and not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors. You wouldn't want to say you're related to an ape because both of us have 5 fingers, because, gee, so does a lizard, so does a turtle. All right? You'd want to say that we're related to the great apes because we both lack tails.
Yep.
And we're big.
Yep, so these are characteristics that are important. So if you're going to make a family tree like that, if you're going to try and devise a cladogram, you got to pick what we call characters, character states, characteristics, I guess, traits that are actually informative.
To find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles.
Yep.
The computer then sorts through all the evidence supplied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx' closest relative was Deinonychus, which was itself derived from other dinosaurs, and birds are the continuation of that line. This comes as no surprise to Gautier.
The simplest interpretation for all the evidence has always been that birds are dinosaurs.
Yep. So, again, when you're using cladistics like this, it is about the simplest interpretation. It's like, what is the situation that requires the fewest assumptions? You could say, well, you know, it could just be a crazy coincidence that both birds and Archaeopteryx and dromaeosaurs had feathers. Maybe they each independently evolved them, you know? Maybe Deinonychus is actually descended from sea slugs, and birds actually came from crocodiles or something. It's like, well, but then you've got to make a crazy number of assumptions in order for that to work. The simplest explanation is that all three of these animals have got the same features because they all inherited them from a common ancestor. That these features that these guys have are hand-me-downs from that same great-grandparent, so to speak. You know? They're traits that they inherited. So that's kind of what cladistics is all about. So using that, Imperobataar, by coding some of these different traits into a twig data matrix, these authors were able to conclude that this critter is an unenlagine dromaeosaur. Or unenlagine, whatever you want to say it. The South Americans say unenlagine. So I'll say it too. Would have looked a lot like this. Maybe. That's what its relatives look like, at least. Maybe it was a lot stockier. We need to find more fossils to actually figure out what it really looked like. But the point is, it seems to be allied with these guys. It seems to be part of the same subfamily, unenlagine. And that's pretty cool. We're able to figure that out, you know? Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. So anywho, cool paper. And again, it's really neat that we were talking about this with Matt Lamana just last summer. Like, he told us about this. There we go. It might have been during this stream. Let's see if your show transcript. Is when we were talking about the mirror.
If we're right on the ground.
Oh man.
Have you dealt with any bot flies in South America? No, because we're too far south. I don't know if they're in elsewhere in South America, but
They're in Montana.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's cool.
No, we really don't have in Patagonia. We don't have very much in the way of like dangerous wildlife. Like not, I mean.
It might have been a
I'm trying to
different
think if there's any
stream. I don't know
venomous
if we'll be able to
snakes.
find it.
If there are, I don't know of any.
But Matt Lamont has done a ton of field work in South America and works with a lot of South American paleontologists. Let's see if we can find... Let's try this with him talking about megaraptors.
My name's Dr. Matt Lamana, and I'm an assistant curator in the section of vertebrate paleontology and the head of the section of vertebrate paleontology here at Carnegie Museum of Natural History. And
so Matt is going to be apparently on our field crew again in just a few weeks in Wyoming. So I'm really excited about that. Matt's a really good guy. It's always a blast hanging out with him, and he's great on camera too, which makes me really happy as a science broadcaster. So it's gonna be a good time. Looking forward to it.
Today, we're in the Paleo Lab, the on-exhibit fossil lab here at the museum. A few months ago, several colleagues from Argentina and I published a new dinosaur that belonged to the dinosaur family Megaraptoridae. And you might ask, I've never heard of this dinosaur group before. What are they? Well, the answer is we paleontologists don't know nearly as much about them as we'd like to.
We were talking about this last week.
We do know that Megaraptorids were predatory dinosaurs. They were probably the top predators in their environments. They had long, low skulls that were filled with sharp, serrated teeth that they used to cut meat. They had long hind limbs, so they probably were
But it also kind of highlights that, like, a lot of southern groups of dinosaurs from South America, Antarctica, Australia, Africa to a certain extent, India, a lot of these dinosaurs are poorly understood. They're poorly known. We don't have a lot of material from them. So in many ways, the southern hemisphere is still kind of a new frontier for dinosaur paleontology, especially contrasted with the northern hemisphere, with Laurasia, North America, Europe, Asia.
Fairly quick moving animals. They may have been covered in something like feathers, what we call proto-feathers, these filament-like structures that we paleontologists think were the predecessors of feathers. But most notably, Megaraptorids had gigantic hands. I'm holding a copy of the thumb claw of a different Megaraptorid that some friends and I found in Argentina back in 1998. And as you can see, this is just the part we have is almost a foot long, but it's not complete. It would have stretched out to about here when the animal was alive and would have been covered in keratin, the same material your fingernails are made of. And so this animal's
In
claw
at number 8, we have the Troodon. Troodon.
Hey, Crew K. Thanks for the 10 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And look, you're getting us a little bit closer to our sub-goal for the week as well. K-Crew, we're going to be talking about Troodon in just a little bit. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it.
When this creature was alive, walking around Patagonia 95 million years ago, would have stretched almost 18 inches long. So a massive, massive claw, one of the largest claws that we know for any dinosaur. Now, Megaraptorids have a very interesting history. The first Megaraptorid to be discovered was named in 1997, and it was named Megaraptor. So Megaraptor gives its name to the entire family of dinosaurs, the Megaraptorids. The paleontologist that named Megaraptor had only 4 bones to work with. One of them was a giant claw, and he thought that giant claw went on the foot, and that Megaraptor was a gigantic relative of Velociraptor, made famous by the Jurassic Park movies, which carries a killing claw on the second toe of each foot. So the scientists that named Megaraptor thought it was a giant relative of Velociraptor and gave it the name Megaraptor, giant raptor. Another scientist at a different site in Patagonia found a new specimen of Megaraptor, and this specimen included most of the arm, the forelimb of this animal, with the bones still in life position, still connected as they would have been when the animal was alive. And this specimen revealed, without a doubt, that that claw that had originally thought to have gone on the foot of Megaraptor actually went on the thumb. And raised a whole set of questions as to what Megaraptor and its relatives, the other Megaraptorids, were actually related to. They definitely weren't giant relatives of Velociraptor. They were some other kind of predatory dinosaur, but exactly which kind has not yet been resolved by paleontologists. So they could be relatives of...
And Big Jim 676, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here.
A dinosaur called Allosaurus, which is well known from the Upper Jurassic of North America, or they could even be primitive relatives of Tyrannosaurus rex. In other words, members of the same larger group that includes T-Rex and its close relatives.
And that hypothesis there, that Megaraptorids are Megaraptorans, whatever you want to say, that they're like a weird kind of basal Tyrannosaur offshoot, that idea has really picked up steam recently. And we actually saw that in that paper that we went over last week about Tyrannosaurus origins and about like the early history of Tyrannosauridae and biogeography, and using statistical methods to try and figure that stuff out. Those authors concluded, like, yeah, Megaraptorans are probably a kind of early branching Tyrannosaur. They're like a weird tyrannosaur thing that diverged early on, and they had their heyday in the southern hemisphere.
So the mysteries of megaraptorids continue, and they will continue to persist until we paleontologists can find new, more complete specimens that tell us much more about the anatomy and the evolutionary relationships of these creatures.
So once again, we need more fossils, you know? It's a continuing theme in our science. There's a link to that video right there. So anywho, Megaraptorans and unenlagines are both these poorly understood, mostly South American critters. Mostly southern at least. Bizarre. They're weird and they're cool, and it's gonna be neat being able to talk about them again with Matt Lamana in just a few weeks out there in Wyoming. Can't wait. We need more science, says Rhacodactylus. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Any. And Auroran Studios, I've been seeing your questions in the chat. I didn't want to get too sidetracked there. But you've been asking about what constitutes a limb in animals, and it all comes down to, like, the developmental pattern. So, so limbs are part of the appendicular skeleton in an animal. So a tail would not be a limb, because a tail is part of the axial skeleton. It's part of like the central line of the animal. Tail is made of vertebrae. Limbs are made of limb bones. So it'll be the shoulder girdle. In the arm, it'll be the humerus, and radius, and ulna, and the carpals and metacarpals, and the phalanges, and if you've got claw bones, and the unguals too. It's the same for the hind limbs. Femur, tibia, fibula. You got your ankle bones, and then you've got your metatarsals and phalanges. There's a different developmental pathway as a creature is developing as an embryo. Limbs are going to be different from other things like tails, like spikes or armor plates or whatever. It's just a different sort of thing. And it's made up of the limb bones. That's kind of what makes it a limb, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho, and a lot of this stuff is... We've got a pretty good understanding of how a lot of it works nowadays. Within what we call evo-devo, like evolutionary development. Looking at how these different structures form in an embryo as an embryo is developing before it's born. There will be different kind of signals given off and picked up by these cells as they're developing. It's going to be very different in a limb than it is in a tail or in a head or in something like that. So you were asking about birds earlier. Birds have got 4 sets of limbs. The wings are limbs. They're made up of humerus, radius, ulna, carpals, metacarpals, and phalanges. It's the same as in here. Right there. So whether it's in a turkey or in a velociraptor, the skeletons have the same bones in them. They have the same number of limbs. They've both got arms, they've both got legs, and they've got the same bones in those arms and legs. They even have the same number of digits, same number of fingers. In a turkey, those finger bones are fused together like this. But in a velociraptor, you know, they were separate, or at least that's how they're often portrayed. I wouldn't be shocked if in Velociraptor the index and middle finger are actually stuck together like that. I think that's something that needs further study. But anyway, and Auroran Studio says, what about pterosaurs? Pterosaurs are the same. They've got 4 limbs. But their wings have got a very different structure. So in a pterosaur, compared to a bird or a bat, and a pterosaur, most of the wing membrane is supported by digit 4, the ring finger. So in these guys, the ring finger is super, super, super long, what we call hyper-elongate. And that's what forms the majority of the wing. So you see that here in Pteranodon? You can kind of pick out the other fingers right there. And then the whole rest of the wing is that ring finger that stretches out and supports the wing membrane. How cool is that, you know?
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Paleo science
No, that's
shake,
not
paleo
correct.
science shake, paleo science shake, paleo science shake.
Dr. Prince Bones, thank you for the 8 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you for keeping me here online. Good stuff. Couldn't do this without you. Appreciate you supporting science outreach here on Twitch and helping pay my bills. It means a lot. The pterosaurs are so cool how they work. It's just bonkers, you know? Yeah, pretty neat. Pretty darn neat. If you get really interested in this kind of thing, and it is incredibly interesting, what we call comparative anatomy, there's a number of really cool resources that I could recommend to you. I've got some really good books, some of which I'll be bringing with me this summer. I just remembered now I gotta pack some of these before I forget. It's on my to-do list. This one here and this one here. This is one of those books that this is required for one of my classes at Montana State, Comparative Vertebrate Anatomy. And they wanted us to buy the, I think, 6th or 7th edition or something like that. And the book was like $500 for just like this. And I happen to have this book already. This is the 5th edition. And I remember bringing this to the classroom and being like, hey, I got this years ago for like $3 at a used bookstore. Can I just use this so I don't have to spend $500 on the new one? And the TA was like, yeah, actually, this one's better than the new one. Stick with that one. And we ended up using this and like showing it around to the whole class a bunch of times because the figures and everything were better in this one. That's how it goes oftentimes. But anyway, vertebrates. Comparative Anatomy, Function, and Evolution. This is an excellent book if you're interested in this kind of thing. This is one of those subjects that's extraordinarily important. Oh, there's Latimeria coelacanth right there. Lovely. Yeah. But when we're trying to understand the anatomy of different animals with bones, a kind of comparative anatomy like that is extraordinarily important. Like, a huge part of vertebrate paleontology hinges on this kind of comparative anatomy. Looking at the different structures in different kinds of animals. The vertebrae and the limbs. The skulls and the tails. This is all, this is where it's at, you know? Anyway, this is soft tissue stuff. Let's get back to the skeletons. Yeah, there's the good stuff. Yeah, highly recommend this book here if you're interested in this kind of thing. Cardong is the last name of the author there. You could probably pick it up cheap if you get an older edition like this online. Probably just a few bucks, I bet you. Yeah. It is a textbook. If you're looking for something that's maybe a little bit more easy to read and got more of a, maybe like a narrative structure to it, this one is not easy to find, but if you can get hold of it, it is superb. It's called The Bare Bones by paleontologist Matthew F. Bonan. An unconventional evolutionary history of the skeleton. Superb book. I really wish it were easier to find. It's tough to get. But it's kind of the same thing, but written more almost as a story that you can read through. Kind of going up, like, into the development of the vertebrate skeleton. It goes from earliest vertebrates, which are all fishes, into the first tetrapods coming up onto land. So there's a lot of different analogies in here. There's different, like, thought experiments and different ways of explaining things. The author does a really good job of that. It's a little bit less dry than the other book. But if you want to understand your own body and why it is the way that it is, looking at the history of life on Earth, looking at the evolution of tetrapods, animals with bones, live on land, suddenly everything makes sense, you know? So, excellent book. And, yeah, often he often uses, like, automotive analogies, which I appreciate, I suppose. But, yeah, like the word chassis. The Archosaur chassis, part 2, a primer on Archosaur posture and diversity. Alexander Morrison is probably going, oh, Archosaurs. Right? But, yeah. There's an Oingo Boingo quote in the beginning. Was there? Did I miss it? Where was that? Anyway, good stuff. Again, this is... people like Karen Poole, who maybe she'll be out with us again this summer in Utah. She talks about this. So she is, she's a paleontologist, but she teaches human anatomy at a university. University in Arkansas. Let's find that clip where we talked to her last summer.
Early, wow. Streams, and welcome. Karen, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi. I'm Dr. Karen Poole. So I study iguanodontian dinosaurs, and in my real job, although that's part of my real job, but I also teach anatomy to, like, human anatomy to medical students. So I'm kind of down that path in paleontology, heavy into anatomy these days.
Nice. Yeah, and so Karen's been out here doing field work for longer than I have here in the Cedar Mountain Formation.
Yeah.
Anywho, it's not uncommon for paleontologists to have, like, your day job is teaching human anatomy at a medical school. Maybe you teach at a veterinary college or something. But understanding how skeletons work and why different bones are the way that they are, why different bits of soft tissue anatomy are the way that they are, this all feeds into common ancestry and evolution and functional morphology. It's all one big subject like that. And that one big subject is a huge part of paleontology. So it should come as no surprise, I guess, that oftentimes oftentimes paleontologists are some of the best anatomists. Here. We've watched this I don't know how many times, but let me show you another quick clip from the PBS series Your Inner Fish with Neil Schubin.
This is a story that ends on top of the world with the most important discovery of my life.
It starts in Chicago.
In the city of Chicago, with a room full of human cadavers.
Yeah.
It was more than a decade ago, and I just moved to the University of Chicago as chairman of the anatomy department.
So this is
and I remember
kind of common for
hanging around
paleontologists.
with students around the tables here, just getting to know them and letting them get to know me. They're launching their careers as future physicians, and there's some nerves and skittishness those first few days.
Yep.
And they almost invariably ask, Dr. Schubin, what kind of doctor are you? You know, you're a surgeon,
Are you a cardiologist? And I'd say, well, no, I'm a fish paleontologist. And so I'd get this look like, well, what? I want my money back. But it soon became clear that being a paleontologist, and not just any paleontologist, a fish paleontologist, is a very powerful way to teach human anatomy.
Yep.
Because often some of the best roadmaps to our own bodies are seen in other creatures.
Yep. Tabanji, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Thank you, Tabanji. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We were going off on a little tangent here about how a lot of paleontologists, including some of my friends and colleagues, their day job is often teaching human anatomy or teaching in a veterinary college or something like that, because oftentimes the people that best understand skeletons are paleontologists. So I was recommending some books to some viewers who are interested in this. This is an excellent one, The Bare Bones by Matthew Bonan, An Unconventional Evolutionary History of the Skeleton. Excellent book. This is one I'll be taking with me when I go to Wyoming next week. And then Vertebrates, Comparative Anatomy, Function, and Evolution. This is great for this kind of thing, too. Different creatures have got similarities. They've got common features because they share an evolutionary heritage. They come from a common ancestor. And so the bones in one animal are going to be, you know, the same as the bones in another animal, only slightly modified for different purposes, you know? Anyway, Tabanji, I hope your stream was a really good one. It's good to have you here. Thanks for raiding in. I appreciate it. And
that gives
Suave Oreo.
the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous,
there we go,
chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Thank you, Suave Oreo, for helping me share that. It would not be possible without the generous support of viewers like you. So thank you, Suave Oreo. I appreciate you. Here, back to this real quick.
And they almost invariably ask, letting them get to know me, or, you know, hanging around with the students around the tables here, just getting to know them and letting them get to know me. They're launching their careers as future physicians, and there's some nerves and skittishness those first few days. And they almost invariably ask, Dr. Shubin, what kind of doctor are you? You know, are you a surgeon? Are you a cardiologist? And I'd say, well, no, I'm a fish paleontologist. And so I'd get this look like, well, what? I want my money back. But it soon became clear that being a paleontologist, and not just any paleontologist, a fish paleontologist, is a very powerful way to teach human anatomy. Because often some of the best roadmaps to our own bodies are seen in other creatures.
Now, you might not think your body has much in common with a fish, but I see a family resemblance. On the surface, you're not very fish-like, I'll admit. But you are related to them, and the clues to that connection are etched in ancient stone.
There's a fossil fish
unearthed
there.
around the world reveal that fish are the first creatures with bony skeletons.
Yep. There's vertebrae there, the same ones that you
and
have.
Skulls, just like you and me. This shared anatomy connects us to fish and to a long line of other animals. To see what I mean, imagine the complete history of life on a giant family tree, from the first microscopic organisms billions of years ago to...
So this is incredibly important. If there's one foundational, fundamental idea in all of biology, it's this. Which is really frustrating because this just, especially in the United States, doesn't really get taught in schools. A lot of people are like super afraid of this idea, deeply offended by it. This idea that all of life on Earth holds kinship, that it all comes from a common ancestor. There's a lot of people who are terrified of this idea. including most of the people running the federal government right now, unfortunately. People are just really afraid of the idea of evolution, even though it's the fundamental idea in the life sciences. You know?
To see what I mean, imagine the complete history of life on a giant family tree, from the first microscopic organisms billions of years ago to all animals alive today. Our history lies on one branch of this tree of life, and we can trace our ancestry back. Around 400 million years ago, you'll find fish swimming in oceans and streams. 40 million years later, the first amphibians appear on land.
Yep. This is such a cool story when you start to understand it, you know?
Followed by the first mammals around 200 million years ago.
It helps you appreciate the creatures around us so much more.
We arrive at our special branch, primates.
When you understand not just our kinship to them, but
this history
why they develop
tells us
different
something
traits.
Remarkable. Every reptile, bird, and mammal alive today is descended from ancient fish.
Yep.
And that includes us.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I'll give you a link to this if you've never seen Your Inner Fish before. Highly recommend you take a look. It's brilliant stuff. In my opinion, probably the best paleontological documentary series that's ever been made. Like, which is an odd thing to say because so much of it is not paleontology. It kind of shows just how integrative biology is. It's paleontology can be thought of as a part of biology. Fossil science, you can look at evidence from fossils. You can look at evidence from DNA, or for the development of embryos. You can look at evidence from the gross anatomy, like the exterior or internal anatomy of different creatures. All of these things work together, hand in hand, to help us understand the history of life on Earth and our place in that history. It's a beautiful thing. So yeah, Your Inner Fish is phenomenal. I wish this were compulsory viewing for high school kids in the US. We would have a lot more scientists in the United States if good science like this were, you know, a regular part of the curriculum. But there's a number of reasons why that isn't the case, and it's deeply frustrating. So yeah. And Steph says, my physiology teacher in university was actually a forensic anthropologist. So much overlap in those fields? Absolutely, yeah. Anthropologists and paleontologists very frequently make their living teaching anatomy or physiology or similar courses like that at universities. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Taxdu says, do some dinosaur bones have higher radiation than other dinosaur bones discovered? Absolutely, yes. 99.9% of dinosaur fossils are not radioactive, at least not above like background radiation. But there are a few places in the world where the dinosaur fossils are radioactive, like to an extent that's detectable, and in some cases even dangerous. But again, it's the tiny minority. And it's only under really specific circumstances that happens to be the case. Here, I'll show you. Bread pie, thanks for the follow. I was gonna say Bread Pie 3. No, it's just Bread Pie. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Welcome.
29. Jim Jensen searched a new site at Dry Mesa in Utah.
This is not too far from where I'm going to be in July.
On the Colorado Plateau, you can find dinosaurs with a Geiger counter.
Not really.
Because the bones have absorbed uranium oxide from water as they fossilized.
Yep. it's not a great way to find them. But if you do put a radiation detector up to them, you might get a reading, yeah.
This time, he struck it rich and came home with a gigantic shoulder blade from an animal that resembled a brachiosaur. Nothing so huge had ever been found before. Using models of bones of a brachiosaur scaled up to match the shoulder blade, Jim Jensen built a reconstruction of a foreleg of the animal he calls Ultrasaurus.
Yeah. This is a really cool clip.
Its head was high enough to look in at a window on the 5th floor of a building.
Cool stuff. Ultrasaurus and Supersaurus and... yeah, so it's kind of confusing. Ultrasaurus is no longer considered valid. I think there are different parts of this that probably come from Supersaurus instead, and then that shoulder blade is probably just a very, very, very large Brachiosaurus shoulder blade. I think that's the story here. Here we go. Ultrasauros. Ultrasauros. Turns out the name Ultrasaurus was already preoccupied, so we had to rename it Ultrasauros. Yeah, the shoulder girdle, the scapular coracoid, actually belonged to Brachiosaurus, just like I was saying. Probably a large specimen of Brachiosaurus altithorax. So again, this shoulder blade here probably actually came from just a super big Brachiosaurus. I'm probably going to get to see a Brachiosaurus skeleton, because I think I have a layover in Chicago during a flight this summer, in between field outings. At the, what is it, the B terminal? Terminal B, I think? At Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. Yeah, here we go. Next time you're at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport, this is by the, I think, the United Airlines customer service desk. They've got a cast of Brachiosaurus skeleton there, which is pretty darn cool. Anywho, if they had decent Wi-Fi in the airport, I would consider doing a stream from next to this. But, I kind of doubt they do. Yeah. That would be really cool to do a stream from here. But, I don't think we can get good enough signal. There we go. So there's the one at O'Hare right there. And I wonder where the one at Disney World. I wonder if that's a cast of the same specimen. Or if it's a sculpt, or if it's... I wonder what it is, yeah. Anyway, here's a link. Yeah. Good stuff. And Dr. Irrefutable says, Danny, on the subject of sauropods, what were the emotional reactions of the people who discovered them and realized how big they were? I think in some cases, joy. In a lot of other cases, frustration, anger, fatigue. Yeah. At Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work in Bozeman, Montana, for a while they had an audio tour that you could take of the dinosaur halls. and it was narrated by Jack Horner, my old boss there, he used to be the curator of paleontology at the museum. And his student, Carrie Woodruff, who works on sauropods too, Carrie said that's the one time I've ever heard Jack talk about sauropods without just cussing left and right. Because the things are so big. They're just ridiculously heavy, ridiculously difficult to excavate because they're just so big. I bet you I can find a clip of Ken Carpenter talking about this. Let's see here. There we go.
Tell you that giraffes were physiologically impossible.
If these animals had...
Anyway, yeah.
Argentinosaurus can at least lay claim to one indisputable title. It's the largest dinosaur ever found.
Blue is cheap.
Oh, we don't know that for sure.
Or is it?
Yeah, or is it?
Somewhere under the landscape of Garden Park, Colorado, may lie a set of record-breaking bones. Dr. Kenneth Carpenter of the Denver Museum of Natural...
Hang on a second. Kettle Cook says, how accurate is it to estimate an animal's anatomy based on the shoulder blade alone? It depends if the shoulder blade is diagnostic enough that you can tell what family of animals it's from. So if it's in really bad shape or if it looks really weird, you don't know exactly what family of animals it's from, then it's not going to be of much use. So like for, here. There we go. Ultrasauros. Let's see. BYU 9462. Here we go. So there is the scapula and the coracoid, together the scapulocoracoid, of a sauropod dinosaur. You would get different size estimates for this animal based on whether you reconstruct it as a diplodocid sauropod or as a brachiosaur. So with brachiosaurs, we know, kind of generally speaking, what the ratio is between the size of the animal and the size of the shoulder blade. That ratio is going to be different if we thought that it was a diplodocid, like, say, Apatosaurus. These guys, they're... the ratio of the size of their scapula compared to the rest of the animal is going to be different. So you've got to make sure that you're estimating it as the right kind of dinosaur. Does that make sense? Yeah. Is that Mike Taylor and the Pig? Very well might be. It's from the SVPAL website. So yeah, I think so, Deathsaurus, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Does that make sense? Good, Kettle Cook. Excellent. Here. Oh yeah, and I think this might be that same bone that Jim Jensen has right here. And Mike Taylor has got right here. It seems really narrow right there in the middle. They might be different. In fact, I think they are different. Maybe it's been prepped differently. I don't know. Anywho, back to this here. So here's Ken Carpenter, and he's going to talk about how this animal is too big.
History is on the trail of a dinosaur and a legend, a giant to dwarf all giants. In 1878, paleontologist Edward Drinker Cope discovered a bone 3 to 4 feet long and 143 million years old in the sediments of Garden Park near Colorado Springs. It was a badly damaged vertebra from the trunk, just in front of the hips. Cope named the creature Amphicelius fragilimus.
This one bone, if it had been complete, would have been over 8.5 feet tall. This one bone indicates a dinosaur that was easily in excess of 150 to 170 feet in length. It probably weighed in excess of 100 tons, and it was certainly the largest dinosaur that we yet know, larger than Ultrasaurus or Seismosaurus. And I'm hoping to find more of this animal somewhere in this vicinity.
To fund his digs, Cope sold many of his fossils to the American Museum of Natural History in New York, somewhere in transit between Colorado and Manhattan. The only piece of
Land shark. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So the bone was lost in transit.
Somewhere in transit between Colorado and Manhattan. The only piece of Amphicelius was lost.
Yep.
To this day, it hasn't turned up. The earthshaker Amphicelius survives only in the imagination.
And in the original paper that Cope published.
If we could have...
Dr. Irrefutable says, what the heck, I wonder where it got off to? It probably crumbled. I mean, it was probably lost or thrown away. AM&H apparently lost a ton of fossils throughout the 20th century. I don't know, I had heard rumors of like a fire at an off-site fossil storage facility. I heard a rumor that they just like basically didn't pay the bills on an off-site storage facility too, and all the stuff just got thrown away. These are rumors, unconfirmed, but there are a great number of fossil specimens that were dug up by people like E.D. Cope and people like Barnum Brown. Just nobody knows where they are today, which is heartbreaking because the whole point of a museum is that these things will be held in the public trust in perpetuity. When you dig up a fossil and that gets accessioned into a museum collections, that means that that should be there for centuries into the future. And if it's not, then that's not good. That means something has gone badly wrong. That's the whole point of museums, is to make these fossils available for study for decades or centuries into the future. So when that doesn't happen, that's no bueno, you know.
To have Amphicelius walking down a street in Denver right now, that would be a wonderful sight. It could rear up and look through a fourth or fifth or sixth-story window. Back in its native habitat, though, that was an elegant animal, moved smoothly, gracefully, in great groups, picking and choosing the most delectable parts of the vegetation.
If wandering out here, I would find
Here we go.
more.
So this is the clip that I was looking for right here. How would Ken Carpenter feel if he found more of Amphicelius fragilimus?
If wandering out here, I would find finally more of the Amphicelius. I don't know. Part of me would be very excited finding more of this giant animal and to finally resolve and prove one way or the other the actual size. But on the other hand, part of me would be, I don't know, somewhat reluctant on spending the rest of my life excavating the thing simply because it's so damn big.
Yep. See, they're just too big. That's the thing, is that it would be so much time and effort and, to a certain extent, money to be able to excavate something like this. It could literally take a lifetime.
Wow. Even I'm amazed. That's the most magnificent animal that has ever lived.
Painting a supergiant is a labor of love. So is digging one up.
Yep.
Rodolfo Correa is devoting his career to putting Argentinosaurus back together.
So anyway, Amphicelius fragilimus. It turns out this critter is literally too big. probably could not have lived. This sucker would have been like not just twice as long as a blue whale, but maybe more massive than a blue whale. Again, this is all based on... Oh, here we go. Okay. Well, that'll work. Okay. So the silhouette in black right here is how big Amphicelius fragilis would have been if those measurements were correct. So in Cope's paper back in the 1870s or 1880s, he gives the measurements of this fragmentary vertebra, and if those measurements are correct, you would expect the animal to be that big. But there's some reason to think that Cope made a goof. A typo, as it were. And so it would have been actually a much more reasonably sized vertebra. I suppose it's not absolutely impossible that the critter really was this big, but the way that you would demonstrate that is by finding more material of it, or finding the original specimen that Cope published on, which is now lost. If you could find that and demonstrate that it actually is this big, then this might be plausible. But nobody's been able to find that original specimen. It's lost. And nobody's been able to find any more of this animal in the more than 100 years since it was first excavated, that one vertebra. And so it's almost certainly the case that Amphicelius fragilis wasn't actually that big. And Kerry Woodruff, the sauropod specialist I was telling you about earlier, one of Jack Horner's students, he actually published a paper on this. Woodruff Amphicelius. There we go. Kerry Woodruff and John Foster published on this in 2014. Here is a link right here. The Fragile Legacy of Amphicelius fragilis. 1878. Edward Dricker Cope published the discovery of a sauropod dinosaur that he named Amphicelius fragilis. What makes it special is the immense magnitude of the skeletal material. The single incomplete dorsal vertebra, so vertebra from the back, as reported by Cope, was 1.5 meters in height, which when fully reconstructed would make Amphicelius fragilis the largest vertebrate animal ever. Without question, it would be the most gargantuan animal with bones that's ever lived. But after this initial description, Cope never mentioned Amphicelius fragilis in any of his scientific works for the remainder of his life. If the critter really were that big, you would think he would make a bigger deal out of it, rather than one short paper and then he forgets about it for the rest of his life. More than 4 decades after its description, a scientific survey at the Museum in New York, dedicated to the sauropods collected by Cope, failed to locate the remains or whereabouts of the specimen. For nearly a century, the remains have yet to resurface. The enormous size of the specimen has generally been accepted, despite being well beyond the size of the largest sauropods ever known from verifiable fossil material, like Argentinosaurus. By deciphering the ontogenetic change of diplodocid vertebrae, the science of gigantism, and Cope's own mannerisms, we conclude that the reported size of A. fragilis is most likely an extreme overestimation. So it's probably that Cope goofed. And that's why it got reconstructed being as large as it, it's all based on like a single figure caption in the paper. It just says, oh yeah, these are the measurements. That's almost certainly just a mistake. So yeah, again, if you want to read about this, you've got the link to the paper right now. Yeah, it'd be great to bring Kerry on to talk about this at some point, but we'll see. And Deathsaurus says, we do have a new contender though, BYU 9024, which I think is a super gigantic barosaur, isn't it? That thing is gigantic. And there are a few bits and pieces of super gigantic sauropods that show that some of them did get ridiculously large. Like, just stupendously huge. but the very biggest ones we only really have fragments of. There's a rib at Museum of the Rockies. We may have actually seen it while we were there, while I streamed from there in 2021. But it's like it's a posterior rib. Where is that? What happened to our... No, was that it there? Yeah, that's it there. So this would have been in the Hall of Giants. Been about here. There's Big Al. Here we are. This talks about what do dinosaurs fossils look like. Sauropods. Blue Belt, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Until they have to dig them up. There we go. So, everybody loves sauropods. Until they have to dig them up. Because they get truly large. This is probably a Apatosaurus right here. Take a look at that. These are real fossil bones, by the way. Those are not casts. Isn't that nuts? And there's that rib. Holy cow. So this rib right here is what, like 8 feet long? And this is one of the shortest ribs in the body. So if it is from Apatosaurus, here, this would be... This would be maybe this rib right here. Oh, come on. This rib right here. Which, if that's the case, imagine if this is one of the smaller ribs in the body, imagine how big the animal would be in life, you know?
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
Luza Fair, thank you for the gift sub there to Cup of Kathy. Appreciate that,
Lose it
Luz.
6R gifted a tier 1 sub
thank
to
you.
Cup of Kathy. This
Good
is
stuff.
their first gift sub in the channel.
So yeah, femur, tibia, fibula, astragalus, calcaneum, and then all of the metatarsals and phalanges and unguals. This is from like a full-size Apatosaurus, probably pretty close to full-grown. Although maybe not. Maybe they get a lot bigger.
I see the white around it. Is that the cast?
So that
jacket?
is great question. It's similar to a jacket.
Called a
it's
cradle.
also made out of plaster, but we also put fiberglass in this. This is called a cradle. So when we bring a fossil back from the field and we want to keep it in collections or sometimes put it up on display, you make like a special cradle for it, and it helps keep it in place and preserve it, you know?
Okay.
So this one is so thin, it's a rib, you know, it's gonna be like maybe that thick, and the sucker's like 8 feet long. It would be super easy to break, so you put it in a cradle like this. You build a cradle behind it in order to keep it all together. You know, does that make sense? So yeah, you can tell these are real fossils because A, they have all of these metal supports that are holding them in place, rather than like just, you know, jamming metal rods through them. You don't want to do that with a real fossil bone. But also you can see the specimen numbers right there. So check that out. We've got a specimen number right there on the rib. Believe it or not, this is one of the smallest ribs on this animal ios.
Right, that's what this display said.
I know, right? I mean, yeah, take a look at that. This is from one of the ribs. I forgot they... Yes, they've got it on the side. Near the back of the rib cage. Yeah. Pretty cool. Nuts. So that animal probably would have been over 100 feet long. Maybe something like that. Just gargantuan. Gargantuan dinosaur. And again, probably Apatosaurus. So, this dinosaur here. Yeah. This dinosaur or a similar one. So, the Diplodocids, Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Supersaurus, although Supersaurus might be a Brachiosaurus, we're still kind of figuring that out. And Barosaurus. No, Supersaurus is a Diplodocid, isn't it? some of the very largest of these guys, especially like later on, in Morrison times, like you go out east to Oklahoma in rocks that might be from the very end of the Jurassic period, and these guys might just get bigger and bigger. This is where you get these super gigantic Apatosaurus, and you get things like Saurophaganax, aka Allosaurus anax. The Allosaurs also get super big at that time and place, it seems. So it could be that they're just trending up and up and up in size, and then everybody goes extinct at the end of the Jurassic, and you have other groups of dinosaurs that take over after that at the Jurassic-Cretaceous boundary. So yeah, Apatosaurus, Care Bear Bonfire. Apatosaurus, Apatosaurus. We've got Apatosaurus emotes here in the chat. Yeah. And this is, by the way, the same dinosaur as Brontosaurus, according to a lot of sauropod workers. So Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus, they're essentially the same dinosaur. They're either extremely close relatives, or they're literally the same thing. It depends who you ask. So yeah. And how big would it be? I can really visualize it since I don't get to see Apatosaurus a lot to have any reference. So, let's see. I mean, the emotes are supposed to show you, that's Apatosaurus, a very, very large one, next to my car, with this, which is a 2008 Toyota Prius. So, Apatosaurus was, getting pretty big. Yeah, so this is Brontosaurus excelsus, which might be Apatosaurus, might be the same animal. But they probably got significantly bigger than this. The ones from Oklahoma, there's bits and pieces that suggest that these guys could get over 100 feet long. So like, well over 30 meters. So here we go. Here is a human person, less than 2 meters tall here. So that's like maybe a tiny bit taller than me. And then I guess we don't have a Apatosaurus in here, but it would be bigger and chunkier than the guy in green. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Trixie Horror says, so it's an Apatosaurus in my Science Museum of Minnesota sweatshirt? Apatosaurus, Brontosaurus, tomato, potato, you know? There are... like I'm sure it says on Wikipedia nowadays, there's a number of paleontologists who say that these are the same dinosaur, and a number who say that they're distinct enough that they should be considered different. Let's see here. Over the status of Brontosaurus is still uncertain, with some paleontologists still considering it a synonym of Apatosaurus. So yeah. And this kind of ties into what we're going to talk about next with Troodon. Talking about names and whether or not they're considered valid, all of that stuff, you know? Yeah. And Mattman says, I remember in 2nd grade we sang a song called Brontosaurus Rock, and the teacher had us change it to Apatosaurus Rock. There you go. Yeah. The whole Brontosaurus, Apatosaurus thing is, I think, really interesting to talk about.
Troodon.
I like to discuss it because I think it illustrates some important points about paleontology and about science in general. The names are made up. The names are very human artifices that we've come up with to try and communicate with one another about these things. At the end of the day, the names don't really matter. What matters is the thing itself, you know? but people are very attached to that name, Brontosaurus. You know? It's a... Here we go.
Is on so many must-see lists. And of course, there's that face so familiar to all of us. Our own Dino. On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons, which makes him about the right size for a company like ours.
Anywho, Brontosaurus, aka Apatosaurus. It's that name Brontosaurus is evocative. It just feels good coming out of your mouth. Brontosaurus, you know? It's got a very woody kind of sound. Anywho, you get the idea. But Brontosaurus. It does have a very woody kind of quality to it. There's a roundness, there's a heaviness to it, which it's evocative. The word itself means thunder lizard, Brontosaurus. And it's just very satisfying to say. And it's been, I think because it's very satisfying to say, and because Brontosaurus was once considered one of the largest of the dinosaurs, it got a lot of attention. There's all kinds of different portrayals of this animal, especially in like the early to mid 20th century, even in the late 20th century, I guess. Here we go.
Jim is the latest in a long line of dinosaur hunters who have
Jim
scoured
Jensen.
these hills. The heyday for
almost like an
dinosaur hunting
onomatopoeia.
was 100 years ago. Expeditions headed west, financed by the great museums of the East. In
Gornosaurus.
just 20 years,
There's Gorgosaurus, HD. Gorgosaurus is a tyrannosaur. One of the better known tyrannosaurs, really. Gorgosaurus. Cool critter. Gorgosaurus. Yeah.
100 dinosaurs were found.
Competition for these bones was fierce, and inevitably, mistakes occurred.
Yep. This is the Bone Wars, Marsh and
One of the
Cope.
greatest collectors was Othniel Marsh, head of the Peabody Museum at Yale.
He didn't really do much collecting himself.
In
but,
1879, one of his expeditions uncovered the bones of the very first brontosaur. It was a remarkable specimen. All it lacked was a head. That did not deter Marsh. He stuck on one he'd found 400 miles away. And that's the way all brontosaurs have appeared until now.
Yep.
Marsh
and Marsh and Cope, they didn't actually have arguments about the head. It was only after their deaths that somebody figured out that this was wrong.
He guessed, but he guessed wrong. So at museums like the Field Museum in Chicago, a series of face-saving operations are underway.
Get it?
The changes are necessary because these long-necked dinosaurs come in two quite different kinds. And while Brontosaur's body belongs to one group, its head belongs to the other.
They give it a very Camarasaurus-like head. This is a sculpt, by the way. It's based largely on the skull of Camarasaurus, which is a different kind of sauropod dinosaur, also from the Morrison Formation. I used to have a Camarasaurus skull here in my office, a 3D print, and then I brought it to the Children's Museum of Fremont, and that's where it is now. But I need to get to work printing another one of these because it's a cool thing to have, you know? Yeah. Anyway, so this old Brontosaurus skull is based on Camarasaurus, although it's sculpted. It's speculative.
Controversy about how brontosaurs should look isn't new. It started in the 1920s when this quite different head was found.
Apatosaurus skull, yeah. Brontosaurus skull.
The Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh sent out collectors to search for new dinosaurs. One of these expeditions found a brontosaur, and this time it had a head. The discovery delighted the expedition leader, Walter Holland, in the dark suit here. But an argument broke out when Henry Osborn, the acknowledged expert on brontosaurs, told him the new head was wrong and should not be used.
He was wrong.
Holland wasn't convinced. When he mounted the brontosaur in his museum, he left it without any head at all.
Yeah, which was kind of a spiteful move. He'd be like, what, you're not going to let me put the correct head on it? Fine. We're going to have a mounted sauropod, no head. How do you like that? Anyway. Henry Fairfield Osborn was an interesting guy. He's the one who demanded, this head. He insisted that head was incorrect. And he was wrong. Osborn was, by many accounts, a first-rate museum administrator, and he helped turn the American Museum of Natural History in New York into just a powerhouse of fieldwork and research and outreach and all kinds of stuff like that. But he was really a third-rate scientist. He got things wrong all the time. He just... yeah. Anyway.
After he retired, an old-style head was slipped quietly into place.
Yep.
Yet Holland was right after all, and Marsh's heads are beginning to disappear. Just 100 years after they were first discovered, brontosaurs are finally assuming their proper appearance. And if they seem to appreciate the joke, it's doubtful if their discoverer, Othniel Marsh, would have been quite so amused.
Anywho, lovely old documentary from PBS Nova from 1981. There's a link right there for you. So anywho, it's funny, the head thing is not actually why Apatosaurus is the name that stuck around, and Brontosaurus was sunk, like, independent of the whole question of the head, it was realized these are probably the same dinosaur. The head thing is just the icing on the cake. It's like, oh yeah, they also got the head wrong. Anyhow. That brings us to our topic here. We're gonna get into Troodon. Let's take a look at this here.
Troodon.
Once upon a time, there was a frog and a fly. But this is not the beginning of a fairy tale. More the tale of how these two animals got their names. Their scientific names, to be exact.
So our paper on Troodon that we're going to be discussing has a lot to do with scientific names. Why are scientific names important? Why do we have disputes over them? Why do we come up with scientific names for different animals? This will hopefully provide a nice intro to this whole kind of milieu here.
You may have noticed that animals have different names in different languages. For example, the word for dog is Hund in German, Chien in French, and Go in Mandarin. So to prevent any confusion when scientists around the world talk to one another, they use a system to give all species of animal a unique scientific name.
Yep.
When a new animal is discovered, it is given a new scientific name. Scientific names are made up of two parts, the genus and the species.
Yep.
This is why scientific naming is also called binomial nomenclature.
Yeah, and so I've said this before, so apologies if this is a rehash for anybody. But, any of you ever watched the old Coyote and Roadrunner cartoons? A running joke that they had here was this, like, different Latin names at the beginning when they would do, like, when they're introducing Coyote and Roadrunner. There are always jokes here. It's kind of riffing on the idea of these scientific names. Overconfidenti vulgaris. Caninus nervus rex. Grotescus appetitus. Anyhow. You get the idea. The reason why we have Latin names for these animals, or for any other organism for that matter, they're not always Latin, but they're scientific names. There's always a genus and a species. The genus name is capitalized. The species name is never capitalized. So they actually got that wrong in some of these. That's in all caps, but yeah, with this one, they didn't capitalize the genus name. And in this one, they capitalized the species name. Both of those are wrong. Anyway, the reason why we've got those scientific names for different critters is that this will be consistent even across different languages. So whether we're speaking in Mandarin or in Romanian, whether we're speaking in Portuguese or Japanese, it doesn't matter. That genus name and that species name are going to be the same. And you still use the, like, Latin alphabet even if you're writing in Chinese characters for the rest of the page. So, here, I'll show you. This is not the right one, but 1964. Here we go. So, this is a paper in Chinese by, I think, C.C. Young, who's a really, really well-known Chinese paleontologist from the 20th century. 1964. So, you can see, I cannot read this. I cannot read Chinese. But, right here, Tianshanosaurus chitaensis. And we'll see the names of other dinosaurs in here too. Yeah, Pinacosaurus right there. So that's the thing, is that even if everything else is in a different language, this is the international language right here. These scientific names, you know? So yeah, does that make sense?
The bi representing the fact that the name has two parts. The first part of a scientific name is the animal's genus.
Yep.
The first letter is always capitalized.
Plant taxonomy does it exactly.
Species
Bunch,
that
yeah.
are most closely related belong to the same genus. For example, the first part of the scientific name of a dog is Canis. Other animals belonging to this genus include wolves and dingoes, meaning that dogs are closely related to these animals. The second part of a scientific name is the species. This is always written lowercase. The second part of the scientific name of a dog is Lupus familiaris.
And that's a little confusing. Canis lupus is the wolf, and then dogs are like a subspecies of wolf, basically. So they're like a subcategory, like a smaller category within the wolf species. Like you've got these other distinct, you know, other group of populations like that.
A scientific name is always italicized.
Yep.
When it is handwritten, it is underlined.
Oh, I didn't know that. When you handwrite it, you underline it?
A new species is discovered, the scientific name can be descriptive of the animal, which is the case for this frog and this fly.
Yep.
The fly was named Scaptia beyonce, after Beyonce because of the golden hairs on its abdomen. The frog was named Hylocertus Prince Charlesi, after Prince Charles because of the charity work he funded to protect the rainforest where they are found. Lots of scientific names have been...
And there we go. There's so many different critters that have been named after David Attenborough, who would have been honestly, UK, you'd really dropped the ball on this one. You should have elected this guy your king, you know? I don't know why you voted for the other guy, but I suppose as an American, I can't really say you did a bad job in voting for your head of state. Because we arguably did a much, 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 much worse job here in the States. But, yeah. Musa says, I didn't vote for him. You didn't? Good for you.
Inspired by celebrities or famous characters. What's important in this tale is that with their unique scientific names, these animals can be referred to scientifically ever after.
Anyhow, good stuff. Yeah. I didn't vote for the king, I mean, lol, says Musa. You missed your chance? You didn't vote in the monarchical election? Anywho, so now we have an understanding of Latin binomials or scientific names. They're not always Latin. There's a lot of different critters that get named nowadays that are not Latin-derived names. After a certain point, you kind of start running out of good Latin names. So, yeah. That brings us to Troodon.
Troodon. Troodon.
There we go.
It terrorized the night, not by strength, but by cunning. It was the smartest dinosaur that ever lived.
Maybe.
The spark of intelligence was snuffed out 65 million years ago. But had it continued to bloom, this remarkable creature might have inherited the Earth.
All rise for the paleontology, or paleo world anthem. So we talked all about Troodon back in January because we interviewed on our channel the world experts on this dinosaur.
These strange outcrops mark...
Let's go back to here.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth. Few related fossils were ever found, and for more than a century, Troodon sparked little interest among dinosaur experts.
Well, kind of. The name actually bounced around a lot. When it was first identified by Joseph Leidy, when he named Troodon in 1856, he thought it was a kind of lizard. Maybe like a monitor lizard. Almost like a Komodo dragon or something. He's like, yeah, it's probably a lizard tooth. And then... another dinosaur got called Troodon, finding similar teeth in the skull of this dinosaur, Stegosaurus. This guy got called Troodon for a while. And then the Pachycephalosaurs, these dome-headed dinosaurs, they were called Troodontids for a while. Until somebody started to realize, oh shoot, these are not the same kind of animal. And the teeth are not that similar. So thinking that these guys have very similar teeth to the original Troodon named tooth, it turns out that was a mistake. They're not actually that similar. It became clear that these guys are actually a meat-eating dinosaur after some other remains were discovered in North America in like the 70s, I think. Stenonychosaurus, there you go, Dinosaurus, yeah.
All that would change when Dale Russell came upon the skull cap of a Troodon in a museum collection. The more he studied the fossil, the more it amazed him.
I sat and I turned that skull back and forward in my hands for probably 5 minutes. And then my heartbeat started going up. And I realized that I was seeing something that nobody'd noticed before.
Most dinosaurs' brains did not fill their brain cavities, but the Troodon brain was so large, it left impressions on the inside of the skull.
Anyway, there's this idea that Troodon had a really big brain, and it did. I mean, it's not small. Anyway, we, well, here. The reason why Troodon has become such a meme.
Number 7, we have the North Ronica.
Why it's become such a running joke in our channel is because of this. Well, shoot, I'll just play the video for you. Here we go.
I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Troodon. Troodon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Troodon.
When evolution cast out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Troodon. Troodon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Troodon.
So there you go. The first time we watched that video live on stream, that top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs video, which is a valiant effort. I appreciate that people are excited about dinosaurs. When she said Troodon for the first time, I just about fell out of my chair laughing. I couldn't breathe. And nobody clipped it at the time, unfortunately, because it would have been great to have that clip, but it's been a running joke ever since then. It was so endearing. Absolutely, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah.
Troodon.
Oh boy. So anywho, Troodon, which is a
Troodon.
really well-known dinosaur. Hang on a second.
Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
4 years ago, I was raided in here and discovered there was science on Twitch. You helped reignite my passion for learning, and I can't thank you enough for all you do on this platform.
Aww.
Getting to hang out at 2 TwitchCons has been a true joy. Less than 3. Can't wait until we can call you Ambassador Endoza one day.
I really appreciate that, Yogurt Carol. My goodness, you're gonna make me cry. 48 months is incredible. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Yogurt Carol. I am deeply indebted to you for your continual support, and I'm proud to call you my friend. I hope you can make it to TwitchCon this year in San Diego. I understand if you can't, but if you can, I really look forward to seeing you again. Can we get a shout out for Yogurt Garrel, by the way, who also does really cool streams here on Twitch? Very chill. Check out some of her bird streams. Always a ton of fun. Yogurt Garrel is, she's a good one. Check her out. Give her a follow. Appreciate you, Yogurt. I really do. Here's the VOD from, so I knew that we would want to learn a little bit more about Troodon, given that it is one of chat's very favorite dinosaurs. So I wanted to bring on my undergrad advisor and one of the world authorities on these critters, Dave Verricchio. It's good to see you. How are things? No worries. I'm really glad you could be here today. Thank you again for agreeing to this. And we couldn't hear David first.
Choice of
there we go.
Trips where you could nose around for fossils, or like playing in a lab with electronic, gizmo. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. Give me the field trip. So that was cell for geology. And then I don't know how much.
So anyway, I asked Dave how he first got into paleo and that kind of thing. But yeah. So Dave is an expert in Troodon and in dinosaur nesting behavior and that kind of thing. A lot of this stuff goes hand in hand. But let's see if we can get to the part where he talks about this upcoming paper Because as somebody who studies Troodon, Dave's been an advocate for continuing to use that name, Troodon. Here, the original specimen that Troodon is based on is... Let's see. Well, I've got it here in the background today. That is Leidy's original... Leidy 1856. That's the holotype specimen of Troodon. That is the original. There it is there, I believe. Is that right? Yeah, that's the holotype tooth. It's funny, it doesn't even look exactly like the picture. Huh. But anyway, this is the holotype specimen. So a holotype is when it's the original name-bearing specimen. So when a new organism is named, in order for it to be scientifically named, it has to have an original example in a museum somewhere that everybody can go back and refer to. So let's see if I can find... Yeah, what is the holotype specimen?
I'm Dr. Donald Henderson. I'm curator of dinosaurs at the Royal Tyrrell Museum. Whenever you name a new species, be it a living species or a fossil species, you have to set aside an example of that species that goes with the new name that you're giving it. We call this the holotype. And sometimes they're extremely rare and valuable because they're, especially with dinosaurs, you only have one kind, one example. And we keep our holotypes in a very safe, secure room here, which we call type storage room. And we can go and have a look inside this to see what we've got.
So sometimes I've encountered this many times when I'm like in a museum and you kind of have free reign. It's like, yeah, go mess around in the collections, look at whatever you want. But sometimes you don't have access to the type specimen room, the holotype room, because it's under lock and key, and you need like extra special permission to go in there. It's been a pain in the butt sometimes. It's like, I want to go poke around, but I don't have a specific reason to, and I don't want to bother the curator. So holotype room is it's often a source of frustration for me.
So here we are in the type room of the Royal Tyrrell Museum, and in front of me I have two examples of extremely rare and valuable specimens. So what this one in front is, it's a plesiosaur. It's not a dinosaur. We call them marine reptiles. This is the head and the front part of the neck of a type of plesiosaur called Nicholsaura borealis. And it comes from the Fort McMurray area, and it's probably about 114 million years old. You can see this is the skull. It's really nice. It's a bit squished. This is where the eyes would be.
Anyway, this is the holotype specimen. So when this critter was named, this is the specimen that the team studied. And so as the name-bearing specimen, this is the example of this animal. It is, to a certain extent, kind of the Platonic ideal. Sometimes you have situations where, like, a new species is named based on a holotype specimen, and then later you find a bunch of other examples, and it turns out the holotype wasn't a particularly good example. It might be squished or unusual. It might be pathological. It might have injuries or, like, something that makes it weird. So sometimes, like, there's other reasons why the holotype is just bad. Like, for instance, with Troodon, the holotype is just a single tooth. You know? This is a single tooth in 3 different views. So, seen from the front and the back and then head on. This is not a good holotype specimen. It's just a tooth, you know? And there can be a lot of different variation with teeth. Teeth aren't particularly diagnostic in dinosaurs. They're not particularly informative. You can't get that much information out of just a tooth. And so that tooth being the holotype for Troodon presented a problem, you know? It's a crummy specimen. And you've got this name based on this crummy specimen. Everybody uses the name. Well, a lot of folks use the name. But other folks don't like that idea, especially a lot of the Canadians. They don't want to use the name Troodon anymore. They want to use Stenonychosaurus, which is a Canadian dinosaur. Or maybe Latinovenatrix or something like that. And so there's been controversy. Which name do we use, and why? We were talking about that with Dave here. So I asked him about that here. This is back in January. He's talking about this paper that he had submitted, the one that was just published that we're going to look at. We got to hear about that back in January, which was really cool. We got kind of a sneak peek of the current paper. On at one point.
Yeah, so he had found jaw bones. So yeah, it's an old individual.
Let's see. There we go.
That suggests at least that there's individuals of different sizes.
Ontogeny.
The door is like, oh, could that be a male versus female or female male and a size variation? Yeah,
that's really. And so Murph says, can a holotype change if it's from scrappy material if they find better fossils? Yes, Murph. That's what we're getting into here. You can designate a new holotype, what we call a neotype. And there's the whole procedure for doing this. There's like hoops that you have to jump through with the ICZN. Yeah, really interesting. I've never thought about that before, but yeah, and that maybe individuals from the same bone bed. That's pretty cool, Dave. That's pretty cool.
There's a student at a university.
Let's go forward a little bit. Like for rats, for close to.
It's almost.
Here we go. I'm gonna try and get to the name.
The same that and bird.
I guess an inch ago. Oh, yeah.
But I think the post-Cranian crocodiles has a predictive value.
Okay. All right. Let's go forward a little bit. I want to get to that name.
There we go. We just need to have a better understanding of the modern variability in fusion. Mm-hmm. And then maybe...
So here Dave is actually talking about stuff from the second Troodon paper that we're going to be looking at today too. So I forgot that we talked about that, but two different papers that he's an author on that were, I guess, in press at the time. They're now out, available to the public. They're published. And we got sneak peeks on both of these during our conversation with Dave back in January.
You can apply that better in the fossil record.
So that's why the subject of our title for today's stream is what? What is it again? Paleo predictions fulfilled? That's why. Is these things that we've been hearing about for months and months, they're now finally getting published. What a sense.
Excuse me.
It was written, says the clerk. Yeah. So you were mentioning some students up in Canada doing some work on troodontids. So let's just dive into all the confusion and turmoil in troodontid taxonomy. Can you walk us through Troodon versus Stenonychosaurus versus Latinovenatrix? And you hear a lot of people nowadays saying that, like, oh, Troodon, it's a wastebasket taxon. Like, we shouldn't be using that name anymore. What's your view on this as somebody who works extensively on troodontids and has dug up a lot of Troodon in the field?
Yeah. Well, I guess I would say Troodon, it is a problem. So, as you said before, it was named on that single tooth.
Yeah.
So the type specimen, I'm impressed that you have a
right there.
Named on that single tooth.
Yeah.
So the type specimen, I'm impressed that you have a framed image of that.
I change out the background every day for our streams, Dave. This is every single day different stuff. I want to keep things as interesting as I can, you know.
Oh, nice. I like that. So we have that single tooth, and it went through all this chaos, and people calling it a lizard or pachycephalosaur or an armored dinosaur.
It was an ankylosaur for a while too.
So it's messy, and that's ultimately, like, if you're trying to identify things, you have to go back to that single tooth and how diagnostic is it, right? Mm-hmm. Stenonychosaurus was named in 1932 on largely a foot. So that's the type specimen for Stenonychosaurus. Is a foot. It has the metatarsals. It has toe bones. There's a couple other partial elements to the hand and things like that. That's the type specimen for Stenonychosaurus.
So I think you said that, was it Curry who synonymized Deinonychosaurus and Troodon at one point?
Yeah, so he had found jaw bones. So there was another animal named also.
So that's Phil Curry there, who is here. We'll find him in here.
And then I started.
Dale Russell, another Canadian paleontologist. And then Phil Kerr. Oh, no, maybe it's in a different documentary. Shoot. There's the one where he's opening up the drawer and he says, in this drawer is nearly all of the North American described material of Troodon. And I don't know. It must be in a different show. Shoot. I thought it was in here, but I guess it's not. Darn. I don't know where that was. Huh. Okay. Anyway.
Also in 1932, Polyodontosaurus grandis.
Right.
So Polyodontosaurus is like the many-toothed reptile.
And not Tim Curry. No, Phil Curry. Yeah. Phil Curry, paleontologist, one of the most famous dinosaur paleontologists in the world. He's in scads of dinosaur documentaries, and he's had his name on almost countless paleontological papers. Kind of a living legend, and a nice guy too. He bought me a beer once. Phil's a good guy.
A many-toothed dinosaur, but it didn't have any teeth. It was a dentary.
Oh boy, yeah. Okay.
So it was a dentary with lots of.
So again, if you want to be able to say, "Oh, this jaw is from Troodon," and the thing that makes Troodon is the tooth. If the jaw doesn't have any teeth, then you can't match it up and say, "Oh yeah, it's definitely the same animal." If you have, that's why we're laughing like that right there, is if you've got a jaw with no teeth, what good is that going to do you? That's why the original holotype is such a crummy specimen, because it's just a single tooth, This is why we don't name new dinosaurs based on single teeth anymore.
But it didn't have any teeth. It was a dentary.
Oh boy. And Claire says the Troodon tooth is like Cinderella's glass slipper. How many critters they tried to attribute it to? Exactly, yeah. I really like that, Claire. That's really funny. If I ever do like a long form video on Troodon, I might use that analogy. I like that a lot. Yeah. Okay.
So it was a dentary with lots of sockets.
No teeth.
And then so they had been collecting material, a lot of this from the Dinosaur Provincial Park, scattering the material. And so Phil Curry had some jaw elements that had teeth. He thought the tooth matched that of Troodon. He thought some of this stuff went to frontals, that went to some Styracosaurus related specimens, and thought, oh, that's all kind of one animal, and we can synonymize it based on the tooth.
Right.
People have been finding teeth. I guess the problem with troodontids is that they have a lot of variability through their dentition. So the tooth changes from front to back drastically. The anterior dentary teeth are very different from the middle dentary teeth. Premaxillary teeth are different from the maxillary teeth. So there's complications there that any one tooth, it's just kind of hard to tell where it goes in the jaw. And kind of the grab basket aspect was, people find teeth in Alaska or Texas or Mexico, and they have those big serrations, and they're troodontid teeth for sure. But since in North America we only had this one named animal, they just kind of call it all Troodon, and some people are like, "Oh, is that?" It rubbed people the wrong way to think of an animal ranging that far geographically, and then sometimes temporally as well.
Sure.
But I mean, we didn't really have another name, so it's like either you call it Troodon or you call it troodontid, which is fine. Sort of a matter of choice. Yeah.
Huh. Do you think that the genus name Troodon is worth keeping? Would you fight to keep that in common usage? So, I knew that Dave was working on this, so I'm almost this is a funny question that I already kind of knew the answer, but I'm just trying to get him to talk about this. But yeah.
Yes, we are fighting to keep it in common usage. So we have a paper in press.
That's the paper
saying,
we're about to cover.
This is two medicine stuff. We'll just call this Troodon. Here's a sampling of it. And then we also have the petition to the ICZN.
Yeah.
So we submitted that in December. Sorry, I got a cough. So that's been there for a
explain
month.
to the viewers what the ICZN is for anybody who might not be familiar with.
Okay. So the ICZN is the International Committee on Zoological Nomenclature. So it's like
I guess it's committee or code. Yeah. The code is the set of rules. The committee, that's like the voting body.
Ruling body of names, of scientific animal names. Yeah. And so they kind of keep track, at least nowadays, of new names. And they're sort of like the judge of like the ultimate judge on names. So you can petition them and say, I don't like
they're a
this
scientific
name,
working group, basically.
You know, for the most part, scientists are supposed to kind of work things out for themselves.
Kind of works by a general consensus, loosely,
Yeah, they kind of, but the ICZN sets up the rules, says you have to follow these rules. If people don't like the rules or don't follow the rules, then maybe that name falls out of usage or whatever. Yeah. So we petitioned them. So there's the type specimen for Troodon formosus. It's a single tooth. We're saying, oh, that's bad and problematic. People said, oh, well, let's use Stenonychosaurus. And we're like, if you don't like the tooth, there's no reason to like the foot. Because the foot is really badly damaged.
Yeah. Right.
And so actually, you know, one of the identifying features of a troodontid is that they have this pinched third metatarsal and a very narrow second metatarsal. So it has this very distinctive aspect to its metatarsals. But if you look on the 1932 drawings, they draw them all the same thickness. And that reflects how bad the specimen is. So if you looked at that, you'd say it's not even a troodontid based upon those metatarsal. So it kind of takes some teasing of the specimen to say, oh, it does have these features. But it doesn't really have any diagnostic features either. So
so the Stenonychosaurus specimen, that's no good either. That can't be the holotype for Troodon or for troodontids in general, you know?
So it's kind of like we could replace Troodon with Stenonychosaurus, but then we kind of have the same problem. We have another bad specimen as our type specimen.
Right.
So our solution is to say we're going to put the solution is we're saying here's all this stuff from the birthday site. It's different ages. It's most of the skeleton though. You know, there's skull parts and tail parts and leg parts and arm parts and vertebrae in between. Let's make that the type specimen, and you know, and we can go from there. So that's nice. We want to call that Troodon formosus, and then you know, people have things that they think differ from that, then they can name something new. But if we have this quagmire of what Troodon is, then we're always kind of on squishy ground. So it's like, let's establish this, and then we have good reason to say, is Stenonychosaurus different or not? Is Latimonatrix different or not? We can go and say, okay, we can at least compare it to this material and judge from there.
Excellent. So, again, we talked with Dave about this back in January. I'll give you a link to the VOD here. I'll even put a timestamp on it. So at this point, Dave was talking about how this is already in press. They'd submitted this paper for publication, and now it's out there. Let's take a look at it. Exciting stuff. And Science Streams, how are you doing, Belinda? I hope you're having a good day. It's great to see you. Here we go. Troodontid specimens from the Cretaceous II Medicine Formation of Montana, USA, and the validity of Troodon formosus. Good stuff. Here's a link, and thankfully, this is open access. I don't know. It's always... Oh, Belinda, I'm glad you're having a good day. It's good to see you. Yeah. So, of course, the paper here is open access. No paywall. So you can download this or open it and follow along at your leisure, because we have...
Access granted.
Yeah. No paywall here. So Dave Verrecchio, first author. Jason Hogan was one of Dave's grad students. And Jacob Gardner, my former roommate from Bozeman, Montana. I'm so excited that this is out. Good stuff. So, we'll look at the abstract. We'll look at the... This is interesting. I guess in the Journal of Paleontology in JOP, there's the abstract, and there's also the non-technical summary, which I guess is like an abstract for non-specialists. Cool. Let's look at that one. So, short summary of the paper. In 1855, Ferdinand Hayden, this is the same guy who explored Yellowstone National Park before it was a national park. He like advocated for it to become a park. Famous geologist and kind of scientific explorer in the Montana Rocky Mountain region. In 1855, he collected a single tooth from the Judith River Badlands of central Montana. Joseph Leidy in Philadelphia named this specimen the following year as Troodon formosus, beautiful wounding tooth. It is a great name, Troodon. And you see it in a lot of older books and stuff. Here, there's an example in here. I think will suit our purposes. Good old Troodon. Where is that? That's from near the end of this, right? Ceratopsids. But in slightly older books, you'll often see Troodon with this little double dots over it right there. Troodon. People call it an umlaut. I don't think it's... Is it actually an umlaut? I thought umlaut was associated like with the letter U and then the dots. But anyway, you see this sometimes where you've got a double O sound. There's some, I don't know, more kind of stuck up publications like The New Yorker, you know? So, The New Yorker magazine here, one of their more pretentious traits is that anytime there's like a double O sound like that, even in words like cooperate, they'll put the little double dots over the double O's in the word cooperate. Next time you're reading The New Yorker, because I'm sure everyone here is a religious, regular reader of The New Yorker. Just always can't wait until your copy shows up, right? Anyway, if you're ever reading The New Yorker and you see like the word cooperate or any other word like that, they always put the double dots over it. Which I think is very pretentious. But anyway, used to see that for Troodon all the time. It wasn't in Leidy's original publication, but at some point, you know, people started to say like, oh, we should do this for Troodon. And, yeah. Anyway. Bit of an aside. And it's a diuresis. Oh, interesting. They New York Imperobataar salamander. There you go, yeah. There we go. Diuresis is a diacritic mark consisting of two dots, indicates that the two adjacent vowels are separate syllables. A vowel hiatus. example, in spelling cooperate, the diaresis reminds the reader that the word has 4 syllables, cooperate, not 3, cooperate. In British English, this usage has been considered obsolete for many years, and in the U.S. English, although it persisted for longer, is now considered archaic as well. Nevertheless, it is still used by U.S. magazine The New Yorker. What did I tell you? Yeah, I didn't even know what this was called, but I remember I've seen it there, and I thought, that seems awfully highfalutin of them. You know, why are you doing that? You're being too much, New Yorker. Anywho, yeah. So there it is. Yeah. Anywho, used to see this for Troodon quite a bit, but they also added it here. Like, you don't actually need it, and it's not in the original paper by Joseph Leidy anyway. So anyway, that's an aside. I don't know how interesting it is. But, by the way, this old book is The Time Life Guide to Dinosaurs. Michael K. Brett Sermon, consultant editor. Time Life Dinosaurs. Anywho, yeah, back to the paper. So Joseph Leidy named Troodon Formosa's beautiful wounding tooth in 1856. So began the somewhat troubled history of the dinosaur Troodon. Over the next 130 years, Troodon would be considered a lizard, possibly a pachycephalosaur, or simply too incomplete to understand. Resolution of Troodon's true nature did not come until Philip Currie in the 1980s described more material, including jaws and teeth, and correctly identified Troodon formosus as a species of small carnivorous dinosaur close to the ancestry of birds. We know Troodon now is possibly one of the smartest dinosaurs, or at least one of the brainiest. It does have a big brain compared to its skull size. But because of the fragmentary nature of the original discovery, some scientists think that the name Troodon formosus should be thrown out, because it's just based on a single crummy tooth, you know? We present previously undescribed material from Montana that helps to clarify Troodon's true nature, much as Currie envisioned. And I like that they put this in here. It is kind of like a very... It almost feels like a political move. Because Phil Currie used to be really enthusiastic about the name Troodon. He isn't really anymore, from what I understand. And here they're saying, oh, this is, you know, what Phil Currie wanted. I wonder if Phil Currie was one of the reviewers for this, and so they're trying to... They knew that they would get him as a reviewer, so they're trying to keep him happy. I don't know. I wonder. Anyway, we propose that the new specimen should be used to formally ground the definition of the species. Based on these new specimens, as well as reading of the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, we argue that Troodon formosus remains valid as the senior synonym of Stenonychosaurus iniquus, and captures the species concept first envisioned by Leidy 165 years ago for an unknown animal with unusual teeth in the Cretaceous of Montana. Preservation of the name means that Troodon formosus remains among the earliest dinosaurs named from North America. By some counts, the earliest valid dinosaur named from North America. 1856 is pretty early. That's pre-Civil War. Oh yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. So we'll look through the paper here. Excellent. So there's those specimens of the neotypes, I guess.
Troodon.
There we go. Yeah. This is so cool. So the history of the name Troodon and the different critters that it's been applied to is really convoluted, confusing. So in this paper, they outline it right here. They go through it in the text. They go through it right here. Just trying to make it plain.
Troodon.
And so here are some new specimens. The neotypes that they're designating for Troodon. Good stuff. Yeah. 5 elements from the two medicine formation are here described. Maxilla, frontal, ilium, pubis, and metatarsal number 3. So these are going to be some of those bits that show this is what Troodon is supposed to be now.
Troodon.
The name will now be affixed to these much better specimens rather than the one crummy old tooth that they had at the beginning. Good stuff. So we'll go down to conclusions here. Remarks, discussion. On the validity of the name Troodon formosus. The type of Troodon formosus is undiagnostic. That means that original tooth is too crummy. It's just a single tooth. It's not a good name-bearing specimen. And moving forward with Troodon formosus. So here they go through different kind of directions they could move here, and they conclude that keeping the name Troodon formosus seems to make the most sense. We judged the option of formally instituting a neotype, a new type specimen, for Troodon formosus is the appropriate course of action. It is most in line with the goals of the Code of Zoological Nomenclature, and a new type specimen would alleviate the majority of concerns regarding the taxon. To this end, a petition to the Commission is being drafted. I guess that's in review. We would propose that MOR 553, the material from Jack's birthday site, that's a site that was discovered, I think, on Jack Horner's birthday, and including the material described here, as well as the teeth used in multiple tooth studies, would make the best neotype. Establishing a neotype will also facilitate further taxonomic comparisons between the two medicine formation troodontid material and those of other geological formations, like Stenonychosaurus and Leptinovenatrix, material from the Dinosaur Park Formation. Shifting the type locality from a vague position within the Judith River to a known site in the two medicine formation would also provide more context moving forward. So good stuff. This is one of those areas where, in science, oftentimes, when you've got scanty specimens, when you've got not enough fossil material, things get fuzzy. And when we're trying to compare material that's found in recent decades, or even today, to stuff that was collected a long time ago, back in the 1850s, it gets tricky. There are rules that are in place for what we call different animals, what you can name them, what the name can be based on, all of this stuff. But still, there can be gray areas. Even with those rules in place, with the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, stuff gets squishy. It's not particularly objective sometimes, especially when you're dealing with really fragmentary fossil material. So sometimes you gotta make a judgment call. Is it best to keep the name Troodon or to throw it out? I think Dave and co make a compelling case that the name should be kept. And I'm not sure anybody in this community would object to that. Troodon's a good name. It's on a lot of publications. And I like to think that this is the least confusing option for the general public, too. The name Troodon has been in widespread use, based on a crummy tooth. If we can keep that name, and have it be based on a better specimen, a more diagnostic, a more informative specimen or set of specimens, all the better. I like it. And if you want to read through this paper is really well written. Here's a link again. It's good stuff.
Troodon.
Enjoy.
Troodon.
I don't care how you spell it as long as it's pronounced Troodon, says HD. Sure. Yeah. 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 And Diagonal says, in botany, there's a mechanism for supplementing type material that is deemed insufficient. Do you not have to designate a neotype, Diagonal? Is there a different procedure in plants? Huh. I'm not really familiar with the botanical code. Yeah. Anyhow, and it seems like multiple people in chat would be happy if it were just renamed Troodon, but that's not how it works. Yeah. And Troodon is pretty cool, but it's almost a shame. Almost a shame, Salamander. Latinavenatrix is also a very cool name. It is, but I don't know how good the material is for Latinavenatrix or Latinavenatrix or however you want to pronounceify it. There we go. The name means hiding huntress. It is a cool name. It's a large troodontid. Yeah, but I think, yeah, the holotype was described in 1969, referred to Stenonychosaurus. In 1987, it was referred to Troodon. And then somebody named it as a new genus in 2017. Van der Riest and Curry. Yeah, but I think the material isn't particularly good. Anyhow, yeah. So it hasn't been sunk. No, that's the whole point of the paper, Salamander, is that they're arguing for the validity of the name Troodon formosus. And I guess there is an official petition to the ICZN right now. There is like a governing body that you have to get their permission to designate a new specimen, because the original tooth from 1855, 1856 is crummy. The name Troodon, if it will be valid if we can redefine it based on a better specimen. That's what they propose to do here. Yeah. Anyhow. And Starmus says, if a new, better specimen of Troodon would be found, would the holotype be updated yet again, or is that not necessary? As long as the specimens that Dave and co. designate are comparable, like, anything is going to be better than just a single tooth, pretty much. Especially since we don't know exactly where that tooth came from. So we don't have strat data for that tooth, and that alone is lousy. But with all of these different maxillae right here, some of them with teeth, from like hatchlings up to adults, you've got ontogenetic variation in these specimens, and if these are used to redefine Troodon, that's great. We could run with that. That way, if a new, really good specimen is found, you can just compare it to these and go, yep, that's Troodon. Does that make sense? Yeah. And was the Troodon tooth float? It was, Claire, yeah. Yeah, that was found on the surface by by Ferdinand Haidt, excuse me. But yeah, yeah. Just an isolated tooth on the surface. He picked it up, brought it back to Philadelphia. Joseph Leidy's like, oh, looks like a lizard, I guess. Named it Troodon formosus. But yeah, yeah. Anywho, again, that original specimen is tiny, tiny, tiny. We might even have... Is there a photo of it with like a dime? Yeah, there it is. Oh, so these are similar size. They're not the original, but there they are compared to a dime. That's the smallest coin that we have in the United States. 10-cent piece. Tiny, tiny, tiny. These are probably smaller than the holotype, actually. This one that I have right here probably would have been around the same size, but I've 3D printed it very large. I could print it even bigger. I want to...
Troodon.
I want to print one of these as big as I can make it on the print bed. Over on the 3D printer over here. I could probably make it a few inches taller. Like 11 inches tall, something like that. And then I want to smooth it and paint it and then smooth it again and then send it to Dave as a congrats present for getting this paper published and hopefully conserving the name Troodon. So yeah. There are big troodontid teeth, not this big, but big troodontid teeth from Alaska. Yeah, some of these are surprisingly large. Yeah, there's Joseph Leidy's original illustration there. I don't know if we're gonna find a picture, but there are reports of really big troodontid teeth from Alaska. But I think it's been called into question recently for one reason or another. Anyhow, yeah. I thought it was a shark fin on my shelves. No, the cool thing about troodontid teeth is they've got these big denticles on them. So that's been a mystery for a long time. Like, why do they have that? That's almost reminiscent of like a plant-eating dinosaur. A lot of plant-eating dinosaurs have got these teeth. Like maybe Fabrasaurus? Is that who am I thinking of? Some of the heterodontosaurs have got very leafy teeth like this too. The Agilosaurus. Lesotosaurus, maybe? These basal ornithischians. And they've got these teeth with these, like, cusps on them. They often get referred to as leaf-shaped teeth. And those are associated with, of course, herbivory. There we go. Yeah. So those leaf-shaped teeth, probably used for snipping leaves. So these denticles on here, while in other meat-eating dinosaurs, they almost look like the serrations on a steak knife. And these, like in Troodon and the other troodontids, they're almost too big. It's like, what are you doing with those? Is it maybe for eating plants? Oh, iguanas have got sometimes similar cusps like that. Like marine iguanas are a really good example. Big cusps on these guys, but they eat algae. Anywho, big cusps like that are often associated with herbivory. And so I think... Yeah, in this interview with Dave, I'm pretty sure at one point... I asked him about those denticles. Oh, gosh darn it. What are you doing, YouTube?
Close to it, that might want to do something different.
We were talking, well, shoot, before we brought you on...
Course, and found that, yeah, having denticles, they're easy to cut through. And Troodon was in there. And those denticles in Troodon make it better at cutting flesh.
Interesting.
That's point one, right? And then Tom Holtz did these comparative studies and said, yeah, it looked kind of like more like an omnivore, where some plant material would be involved.
Right. Were you
and
on
then if you
that
look at the
paper
whole,
too?
No.
No, okay, that was a different one. Sorry.
Yeah, and then if you look at the whole dentition as a whole, Troodon has added teeth, so it has about 130 some.
So many teeth. Rows. Yeah.
At one time. So it's added lots of teeth. And then in some ways you can think of those big denticles as almost like cusps, like it's adding cusps that point up, right? You have those nice curvatures that you just showed. And among mammals, there's very few mammals that add teeth and add cusps to the teeth. One example is the bat-eared fox, and it primarily eats insects. And all those extra bumps are kind of good at breaking down insect stuff. So I don't really know. So I kind of feel like there's an insectivory, an omnivory with herbivores, efficiency for cutting flesh. All those are kind of in there. So I'm fine if it has a more omnivorous diet that's like a little bit of anything. Probably small game is probably its feature, is what I would say. But it might have been eating plants as well. Could be eating some insects too. I kind of feel like we need a better, like a thorough functional analysis of the whole dentition to really grasp of things. Because like any tooth, you can kind of go the next tooth or a couple teeth down and it looks quite a bit different.
Right.
And then you could study that tooth and it might tell you one thing and then this tooth might tell you a different thing. So I think we need kind of a broader perspective on it, which might be challenging to do. But there are some methods out there these days that are looking at dentition. So like mammal dentitions that like Greg Wilson is doing those kind of studies. So maybe something like that has to be done.
Has anybody done any isotopic work on enamel and troodontid teeth?
We have some stuff unpublished from Egg Mountain.
Cool.
And it actually, it turns out like it should be like the ultimate carnivore.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I kind of wondered if that could be because the level of what it's eating. So if it's eating mammals that are largely insectivores, that it could be, it could have the appearance of like being a super top predator, as opposed to like if you ate Orodromius or Maiasaura,
eating plants themselves.
Eating plants, you would look like less of a carnivore than Troodon, which would be like, I'm the ultimate predator, even more than Tyrannosaur.
I like that. Again, if you want to watch this VOD, here's a link right there with the timestamp. Yeah, good stuff. So we don't really know what troodontids are eating. Maybe plants, maybe some plants along with the meat food that you would expect for theropods like this. Maybe they're eating some insects as well. It's tricky, A lot of possibilities there. A lot of possibilities. I bet they ate what they like to eat, says Claire Burr. Yeah, what does a troodontid eat? Whatever it wants. I'd hope that'd be the case anyway. Yeah. Come on, stay where you're supposed to stay. But that's what I'm trying to avoid. And we'll talk about this book in a little bit. We'll need to organize. We'll do an interview with Krista. Stay there. Good. Anyway, and we've got another Troodon paper with Dave as an author here in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, which is this one open access? They are often not for JVP, but it is. Excellent. Here is a link. Excellent.
Access granted.
No paywall here. Beautiful. They must have paid a little bit extra in order to make it open access. Patterns of postcranial fusion in the emu and the Cretaceous theropod dinosaur Troodon formosus. Heath Caldwell, Emilio Bedoya, and Dave Verricchio. Nice. So this is really interesting in that you're trying to figure out how old a dinosaur was when it died. There's a few different ways that you can try and do that. You can look at size. So like, oh, it's big. It must be full grown.
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure.
Gameverse man.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe.
Paleo
All species
Troodon.
eventually become extinct.
It's true, Gameverse Man. Thank you so much for the 7 months of support at Tier 2. Excellent. Thank you, Gameverse Man, for that enhanced level of support. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. You're trying to figure out, you've got a dinosaur skeleton. How old was this critter when it died? Is it full grown? Or is it not? How do you determine its ontogenetic stage? The stage it was in within life history. You know? Is it a baby? Is it a subadult? Is it a young adult, an old adult? What's going on with its ontogeny?
Ontogeny.
So how do we figure that out? You could look at the size and go, oh, it's big. Must be older. Must be full grown. That's not a particularly precise way of doing that. That's a vibes-based method. Not particularly scientific, you know? You could look at skeletal fusion. So, different bones in the skeleton fuse together during growth. And, you know, as an organism, as an animal is maturing, those bones, some of the bones will actually fuse together. So you probably know about this, like, yeah. Why do babies have more bones than adults? What happens to them? Here. Let's see if this is any good.
For daily hacks of the human body,
oh boy, yeah.
bones than adults. And what happens to them?
They don't really have more bones.
Questions you've heard in a pretty long time. It actually sounds like a joke, but it's not. Babies do have more bones than adults from birth. Shocked? Well,
they don't actually have more bones. It's just certain bones fuse together. It's not like the bones go anywhere. It's just, oh, well, some of them get squished together and they become one bone, you know.
whatever you feel right now is justifiable. Babies are just way too soft to house more bones than adults. So here's a weird fact. Still in doubt? Well, this video has up to 206 bones, whereas a baby is born with around 300 bones.
It's like garbage AI-generated video. This feels very like procedurally generated, like a slop kind of video. Goodness. Are they all going to be like this? Garbage. Anyway, there are different bones, especially like, I guess in the skull, some bones fuse up, some other bones like vertebral processes and things fuse on. It's the same with dinosaurs, it's the same with birds, it's the same with crocodilians. And I'm sure a bunch of different mammals other than humans too. When you're looking at like a vertebra, dorsal vertebra, I don't know why it's upside down, but anyway, a thoracic vertebra from a human. So this is one of the vertebrae that the ribs attached to. We've got the vertebral body, known as the centrum. And why is it upside down? That's not good anatomical position. This is better. Anyway, the transverse processes and the neural spine on top, you could call those separate bones if you want to, but during ontogeny, during our life history, some of these bones, like, they fuse together. So they used to actually have, not daylight between them, but they used to be, like, semi-separate. Only a weak connection, and then over time, as we grow and develop, they fuse together, they solidify. And so one possible way of trying to determine whether a given dinosaur specimen was young or old when it died is you look at that level of fusion. Does it have bits of the vertebrae that are fully fused, or are they disarticulated? Did it fall apart after death? This is kind of a wishy-washy way, I think, of trying to determine ontogenetic stage, but it's been used a lot because you don't have to cut the bones open in order to do it. Here, where were we? There's the paper. Okay. So here they're actually, Dave and co are actually trying to test that method.
Glue is cheap.
Does vertebral fusion or fusion of skull bones, are these actually reliable methods? You can test that using modern animals like the emu. So emus today are big flightless birds native to Australia. It's about the same size as Troodon. It's also a bipedal theropod dinosaur, just like Troodon. It's potentially a really good analog here. If you can look at different emu specimens at different stages of growth, and look at where their vertebrae fuse together and where they don't, and which growth stages, it's kind of some ground truthing for like trying to use vertebral fusion or fusion of other osseous elements in dinosaurs as an indicator of maturity. So like, we can speculate about this with dinosaurs, but with these guys, we can actually study it. We can actually look at them and see when during ontogeny these different elements fuse up. So, cool stuff. Yeah. So it's looking at the abstract here. We'll just read that short summary real quick. Skeletal fusion, looking at when these different skeletal bones fuse up, has been a widely used indicator of maturity for fossil vertebrate specimens, including non-avian dinosaurs. However, recent research has highlighted the potential variability in fusion patterns. Sometimes certain parts of the body, the bones fuse up, and in other parts they don't. Sometimes it might even be a left versus right side thing, where like, for whatever reason, you get fusion for the transverse processes on the left side, but not on the right side. Making more justified ontogenetic interpretations for fossil specimens requires the fusion pattern of extinct and extant taxa to be assessed whenever possible. So like, let's look at this in emus and figure it out for them. That way we can use them as a model for dinosaurs. In the case of Cretaceous Paravian dinosaurs, so bird-like dinosaurs from the Cretaceous period, a refined understanding of postcranial fusion is lacking. We don't really understand very well how their bones fuse up as they mature. Here, we describe the patterns of postcranial fusion, so behind the skull, how different bones fuse up, and the extant emu, Dromaeus novelhalliandiae, and in a Cretaceous theropod Troodon formosus. Our results suggest similarity in fusion patterns in the axial columns along the vertebrae and ribs between these two critters. Both taxa exhibit a bidirectional pattern of neurocentral suture closure that begins anteriorly and posteriorly before converging in the sacral region and is complete before maximum body size is obtained. Interesting. So rather than all of the bones fusing at the same rate, it seems like nearer to the head, nearer to the end of the tail, those vertebrae fuse up faster, and then it kind of moves its way toward the center, around the hips of the animal. Interesting. And Lesnar the Sixth wants to know, is that left-right possibility totally random, or is there an affinity of sorts? I don't know. And I've never actually seen this myself, too. I've just heard other researchers say that, so I'm repeating it. That sometimes you don't have perfect bilateral symmetry. It's just, for whatever reason, like the left side is more fused than the right side. I'm sure it can vary. I guess the point is that like, vertebral fusion or the closing of sutures like that can be really weird and random, it seems, and like not a good indicator of whether the animal's actually mature or not. So yeah. HD says that abstract makes me miss the non-technical summary from the other paper. Yeah. If we waited a few days, there might be a press release about this, which would be cool. But yeah. Atomic Mr. X, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Dominozaur says, can they fuse during fossilization, though? Not really. No. Maybe a little. We'll get into that.
N Simple X Pachinko has a new sound for their 3 listeners.
And Simplex Pachinko, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Tell me how your stream went, if you don't mind. Thanks for bringing everybody here. Welcome back. We're going over this new paper. My undergrad advisor is one of the authors here. Yeah. So looking at fusion among different skeletal elements in dinosaurs, both extinct and extant. Troodon and the emu, respectively. This pattern contrasts with the caudocranial directionality of crocodilians and the apparent craniocaudal direction of some neonate birds. It highlights that complete neurocentral suture closure is not always an indicator of maturity. So, seeing those different elements fuse up on the vertebrae doesn't necessarily tell you that the animal is mature. That could be a false indicator. It can be confusing. It can lead you astray. When you add that to taphonomy, so like sometimes you've got a dinosaur skull that falls apart after death. The different bones go in different directions. Does that mean that the animal wasn't mature? It could have something to do with the taphonomy, with like, you know, this was in a mudstone versus a sandstone. Sandstones are usually deposited by rivers. There's more flowing water. There's more energy in there, and it can break a skull apart. It can make those sutures come apart more easily than if something is in a mudstone. It's from the bottom of a lake, a lacustrine deposit. It's much less energy there. Stuff is still and calm. Even if it isn't totally fused up in life, it might still stay together in that quiet mud as it waits to fossilize and as the matrix starts to turn to rock. Like, it's not going to disarticulate like that. These are important things to consider, you know? I'm really glad that this paper is out now, because hopefully more dinosaur workers will start to realize, like, skeletal fusion, not a great indicator of maturity. This is something that, you know, I've heard from Dave for years and years, from people like Liz Friedman and Denver Fowler and other folks who, you know, we're here in Montana, part of this milieu. We've been saying this for ages, and now it's published, and this is really exciting. Additionally, observed fusion of the atlas axis cervical ribs, so like the first and second vertebrae in the neck, and then the little ribs attached to the neck vertebrae, and the sacrum synsacrum are events that happen late in ontogeny. Appendicular fusion, so the fusion of the limb bones, basically, is an ontogenetically delayed event for both taxa as well. So this happens only when the animals are really mature. Do some of the bones in the limbs actually start to fuse up. Although it is far more extensive in the emu than in Troodon. Yeah, which bones would even fuse together in Troodon in the limbs? But in the emu, probably tib and fib probably fuse up. The tibia and fibula probably stick together. They fuse. Anyway, these data expand upon how ontogenetic interpretations for extinct Paravian dinosaurs should be made, and emphasizes the diversity of fusion patterns across Archosauria. Good stuff. So, again, this is like trying to test some of those methods. And this is really neat. So this is part of the synsacrum. So these are the vertebrae in the hips of an emu in ventral view. So looking at it from a bottom view. This is open, so this one is not fused to this one yet. This is partially closed, so they're partially fused together. And this is closed, where you can't even see the suture anymore. That suture has been obliterated. These two bones are, they're thick as thieves now. They're stuck together like that. It's a really nice reference image here. I like that. And they're defining their terms. Open is 0, partially closed is 1, closed is character state 2. Nice. So here we have this. This is what, the atlas vertebra, right? So this is the one that connects the skull to the neck. Unfused right here. partially fused right there. You can still see a suture there. And it's pretty much gone from here. And there we go. This is fully fused right there. So as the animal matures, those bones fuse together. But understanding the nuances there, at what life stages do they fuse together? How old does the animal have to be before these bones start to fuse? Nobody's done that work yet on emus until now, which is really exciting. Like, this is cool stuff. And so, sometimes if we want to use modern animals as a model, as an analog for extinct dinosaurs, sometimes you have to go and do that work on the modern animals first because nobody's done it, you know? You would think, oh, emus, they're all over the place. There are emu farms all across the U.S., and there are thousands, maybe millions of live emus, wild emus in Australia. Surely we know a lot about them, right? Not necessarily. In many cases, that basic work has not been done yet. This is a good example of that here, you know? There's the hips there. Very cool. So here in a juvenile, all of those vertebrae in the hips, not fused yet. But as the animal starts to mature, this is an older emu, you start to see some of those vertebrae are fully fused together, but a few of them are still separate, like back here and up front. But then here, they're all fused together. 100% fusion. Nice. So cool stuff. You know, this might not be the most exciting kind of paper where it's like, oh, here's a brand new dinosaur to look at. It's not like that, but this is important basic work that needs to be done if we really want to understand the paleobiology of extinct dinosaurs. It's cool stuff. And so now trying to compare that with dromaeosaur, or not dromaeosaurs, troodontids, like Troodon, we can use emus as a model, potentially. Cool. Very cool. So neat stuff. And again, I love that this is open access here. Not paywalled. The link, once again, is right here if you want to read it. Good stuff. Anyhow. And there you go. Heels says, this reminds me of the juvenile/adult dinosaur mix-up that resulted in erroneous species, which turned out to be different life stages of known organisms. We talk about all the time here. Heels. That's more Museum of the Rockies stuff, where I used to work. Yeah. Important to understand. There we go.
See how many baby dinosaurs there are. People assumed, and this was actually a problem, people assumed that if they had little dinosaurs, if they had juvenile dinosaurs, they'd be easy to identify. You'd have a big dinosaur and a littler dinosaur. But all they had were big dinosaurs. And it comes down to a couple of things. First off, scientists have egos. And scientists like to name dinosaurs.
We do.
They like to name anything. Everybody likes to have their own animal that they named. And so every time they found something that looked a little different, they named it something different. And what happened, of course, is we ended up with a whole bunch of different dinosaurs. In 1975, a light went on in somebody's head. Dr. Peter Dodson at the University of Pennsylvania actually realized that dinosaurs grew kind of like birds do,
yep.
Which is different than the way reptiles grow. And in fact, he used the cassowary as an example.
So this is what I mean, where if we want to understand dinosaurs, often we have to look at modern animals is kind of our basis, you know. That's where we get our clues. But first, sometimes you've got to go back and do the basic work on these animals because nobody's done it yet.
And it's kind of cool. I mean, if you look at the cassowary, or any of the birds that have crests on their heads, they actually grow to about 80% adult size before the crest starts to grow. Now think about that. I mean, they're basically retaining their juvenile characteristics very late into what we call ontogeny. So allometric cranial ontogeny is relative skull growth. Okay? So you can see that if you actually found one that was 80% grown and you didn't know that it was going to grow up to a cassowary, you would think they were two different animals.
Yep.
Right? So this was a problem, and Peter Dotson pointed this out using some duck-billed dinosaurs, a thing called Hypacrosaurus. And he showed that if you were to take a baby and an adult and make an average of what it should look like if it...
So that would be right here. So this is like a computer simulation of, you know, if you're assuming that, oh, the adult has a big crest right here and the baby has no crest, a full, like a half-grown individual, one that's halfway grown, you'd expect it to have the halfway crest. And that is not how it actually works out with the real dinosaur. So one that's 65% grown doesn't even really have the start of a crest yet. It should have a bigger crest than the 50% model here, and it doesn't. The way that it actually works is these guys are like 80% grown before they even start growing that crest.
Grew in sort of a linear fashion, it would have a crest about half the size of the adult.
Yeah,
but the actual subadult, the 65%, had no crest at all. So this was interesting. So this is where people went astray again. I mean, if they'd have just taken Peter Dotson's work and gone on with that, then we would have a lot less dinosaurs than we have. But scientists have egos. They like to name things. And so they went on naming dinosaurs because they were different. Now, we have a way of actually testing to see whether a dinosaur or any animal is a young one or an older one. And that's by actually cutting into their bones. But cutting into the bones of a dinosaur is hard to do, as you can imagine, because museums' bones are precious, right? You go into a museum and they take really good care of them. They put them in foam little containers, and I mean, they're very well taken care of. They don't like it if you come in and want to saw them open and look inside. So they don't normally let you do that, but...
What are dinosaurs?
Raven Crom, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
I have a museum, and I collect dinosaurs, and I can saw mine open, so that's what I do.
So again, this is what we were all about at Museum of the Rockies. So Jack Horner kind of established that program. This is where I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. This is the environment that I worked in. Actually testing whether dinosaurs are old or young is really important. Not making assumptions, because science is not about making assumptions. Science is about testing ideas using evidence. You can test whether an animal is old or young by doing histology, cutting the bones open. But other methods, like looking at the fusion of bones, like discussed in this paper, a lot of different researchers use that because it's considered non-destructive. You just look at it rather than cutting it open. But this paper helps demonstrate that's not always the best way to do things. In fact, it's almost never the best way to do things. Here's the actual patterns that we see in emus. This can be a guide for dinosaurs like Troodon. It's good stuff. Good paper. I'm really glad this is out now. And I hope people pay attention to it, you know? I hope it gets read and cited a lot. Anyhow. And Crimson Carnithoris says, with how the crest is structured in cassowaries, wouldn't it be better to compare them to dinosaurs like Oviraptorosaurs? I mean, you could use it for hadrosaurs or for Oviraptorosaurs. Oviraptorosaurs are tricky because I think they're probably way oversplit. I think they should be compared to Oviraptorosaurs. but we don't have as many specimens of Oviraptorosaurs. We don't have big bone beds where we've got a bunch of individuals from the same species at different growth stages. So it's kind of a moot point for Oviraptorosaurs, I guess. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. But yeah. And I do not have footage of that Trixie horror. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm excited to have been able to share those new papers with you. And again, this is stuff we've been hearing about for months, or yeah, close to a year, at least with the Imperobataar thing. And now the papers are out there, and that's a really good feeling, you know? Part of me strongly dislikes having to tell people, like, oh yeah, there's this really exciting thing. Maybe you'll see it published in a few years' time or something. It feels really good to be able to say, hey, this thing we talked about last year, this thing we talked about back in January of this year, maybe, it's published now. It's a done deal. It's out there. You could read it. I love being able to say that. So I was looking forward to today's stream. Speaking of things that we're looking forward to, it's Sweetie Pie. Hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? What's shaking with you, sweetie? Do you want some more treats? Is that why you've returned? Oh, okay. Okay. We can make that happen. And then we're going to get into Walking with Dinosaurs. I guess we've got a new trailer or a new snippet, a new clip that we can look at. So we'll look at that too. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Okay, let's get you some treats, huh? Whoa, that's so many. It's too many. Get some of those back. There we go. This is one of my landlords here. This is Ms. Sweetie Pie. Yeah, W Socks, says Trixie Horror. Yeah. He's very cute. You're very stylish, Sweetie Pie. And she is into those treats. Yeah. Look at that. Good stuff. Good stuff. I give you so many. It's taken you a minute to eat them all. I feel like Mini Pie would have just snarfled them up without chewing, but I appreciate you chewing these, Sweetie Pie. That's some good manners there, you know? Oh, there she goes. All right, we'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. Thanks for joining us. Here we go. From The Guardian here, a T-Rex with lips? They spelled T-Rex wrong. It's T.space Rex. It should be italicized, but whatever. Predators with pink eyebrows? Walking with Dinosaurs is back to challenge everything you know. Good stuff. Let's take a look. Dinosaurs are roaring back to life. With the help of paleontologists around the globe and a huge pile of pizza boxes, we dig deep into the return of the prehistoric epic. So, I'm excited for this thing finally to be out, not just because it'll be nice to watch it, and I've heard some good things, but also it'll mean that I can finally go and do field work and live stream it at Lori's site near Dolings Bowl in Utah. the BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, did some filming there with Josh Lively's crew in 2022, I think? 2023, maybe? And I was really excited to be there. And then I was told that I couldn't be because the BBC made them sign an exclusive contract so there could be no other cameras on site. So since I couldn't stream from the site, I couldn't afford to be there because I gotta, pay the bills. I gotta make a living. And this is literally how I do that. Live streaming this is my job. This is how I make my living. And so apparently it's until the premiere of Walking with Dinosaurs that contract is in place. And so I should be able to go there and do fieldwork this year as long as it premieres on schedule. So yeah. Anyhow. So I'm glad this is finally going to be out. I've been under work pressure many times before, but nothing has prepared me for this. In Alberta, Canada, on a paleontology dig being filmed for the return of the BBC series Walking with Dinosaurs, I've been allowed to unearth a dinosaur bone. It has not seen the light of day for about 73 million years. And now, armed with just a hammer, awl, and brush, I am chipping away at the rock around it to bring it to human eyes for the first time. One tap too hard in the wrong place, and the fossilized bone could break. Oh yeah, it's delicate work. Fortunately, I'm guided by more than just my recollections of the archaeology series Time Team. Overseeing me at Alberta's Pipestone Creek bone bed is leading Canadian paleontologist Emily Bamforth, one of the advisors on the revival of Walking with Dinosaurs. The hit Turn of the Millennium series, which recreated extinct species through CGI and animatronics. The bones we are excavating, Bamforth says, are thought to have been caused when a flash flood or fire engulfed a herd of horned herbivorous dinosaurs, like Tyrannosaurus. As if the poor creatures hadn't suffered enough, they now had me trying to unearth them. There we go. She looks really familiar. That really looks like Ethan's girlfriend, Lauren, but might not be. I think that is Lauren. This is not Canada up here. This is not Pipestone Creek. This looks like Laurie's site. This is probably the Ankylosaur bone bed. And this might be Don's Optivisor right here. Uncle Don DeBlue with his Optivisor. I think this is it. I think this is Lauren. I'm gonna text this to Ethan real quick. And we'll see if he responds. Here we go. Not the Tyrannosaur, obviously. We'll see what he says. I'm pretty sure that's Lauren there. She was on stream when we were getting ready. This would have been 2023, I think.
So I'm about to disappear.
There's Ethan there. You bet.
Hey.
Oh, looks like we're working. Okay. There's us right now. Here's the camera. All right.
Yeah.
I actually went to the Great Salt Lake for the first time this morning. I went to Great Salt Lake State Park. You know that off the top of their head. I mean, what's the stats? There's Lauren right there.
If you're left-handed, raise
and there's
your right
Java,
hand.
the cat. Yeah, and this is Lauren. I don't know if you want to say hi, but this is Lauren right here.
Hi, I'm Lauren.
Yeah.
I do film, and I'm in love with Ethan.
And you were out in the field with us last summer too.
Yeah,
for a little while this year.
And I got to meet you in August in Moab-ish.
Yeah.
Green River area.
Yeah.
Very fun.
Yeah.
That was such a fun camp.
I'm glad
that was a fun camp.
It was a fun camp.
And then
yeah.
Jim showed us around. I was there for
that little
day.
field trip, yeah.
Yeah.
I did a couple of streams that day.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, and it didn't.
At the tracks.
Yeah, it didn't work super well because we didn't have Wi-Fi out there, unlike here. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anywho, let's learn right there, and I think that's totally her. Anyway, really cool. Let's see, scrolling through, I don't know if I want to read the whole thing, but here's a link if you want to. Let's take a look at the video. Official trailer. And so, yeah, this is totally... That's Josh Lively right there. That's Josh right there. Oh, and Ethan says, yeah. Oops. Yeah. Ask if she's seen it yet. Anywho, walking with dinosaurs. This is the previous trailer. I'm aware, Deathsaurus, yeah. It's exciting stuff. We went through this on stream. The whole subaqueous Spinosaurus thing, I think, is okay. But, the rest of this looks pretty good. Lovely Gastonia here. I think it's Gastonia Lori McQuinnii, the spikier, longer spined Gastonia.
The moon does exist.
And Chunk Fumasta, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good timing there. There you go. So there is a new clip, which is... I know Tom Holtz posted it to Blue Sky. There we go. Cool to finally hear this with professional narration and the music. Also, revenge for the Asdarkid scene on the beach in Prehistoric Planet. Let's take a look. Carnotaurus says, the second time I've seen sauropods with inflatable display structures. We don't have hard evidence for that. No. It makes sense given that some birds have that. Like we were talking about magnificent frigate birds last week with the big inflatable gular pouch. Sauropod dinosaurs, we know had a lot of pneumaticity in their necks. There's a lot of like air sacs and hollows and air-filled spaces in their vertebrae. So it would make sense for them to have some sort of inflatable thing, but we don't have any direct evidence of that. So it is speculation at this point. Yeah. That's exactly why they included that too, is because this classic scene from Jurassic Park, I think really misled people. You remember this scene. There you go, DM Wing, yeah. And were the padded feet known back then too? I mean, if anybody really thought about it hard, they'd go, oh yeah, elephants don't do this. Rhinoceros don't do this. Lions and tigers certainly don't do this. Oh, they got us. Oh boy. Anywho, yeah. These would have been just, they would have evolved to be pretty stealthy animals, you know? Enough so to be able to sneak up on unsuspecting prey.
Padded feet act like shock absorbers, keeping its approach quiet.
So again, I feel like this is, they put that in there specifically to counter that misperception that Jurassic Park helped to introduce to people. That all of these animals are stomping around and shaking water glasses left and right. No. That's no way to get a meal. You know? Carly's Dragon says, I'm not impressed by the narrator. I'm not either, but presumably in the US, we might have an American narrator. I know the version that we're going to have here in the US, which is going to be broadcast by PBS, the public broadcasting station, it'll be significantly longer. So we're going to get more footage, especially more footage of paleontologists working in the field and explaining these things. So, sorry to everybody in the UK or in Commonwealth countries. The American version is going to be longer. And I wouldn't be surprised if it has a different narrator, you know? And Crimson Carnotaurus said, oh boy, this poor as darkened. Shame they couldn't bring back the guy from the old Walking With series. Yeah, Kenneth Branagh. Shakespearean actor. Classically trained, I presume. Great voice. He's part of what makes the Walking With series what it is, and I guess they couldn't get him back. Yeah. This looks like weirdly off, like fake, just how light it is, but either it's unfinished animation, which I don't think so, or it's they're just trying to show how light this animal is. It's practically like it's made of... Andrew just texted me real quick. Interested in joining us as a co-author for an SVP poster for Birmingham? Absolutely. I was actually thinking about submitting a... Yeah. Like what I can contribute. I'll have to talk to Andrew about this later. Maybe I'll give him a call in a little bit. Cool stuff. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be good. Yeah. Thordal says 3D printers are over with. Al is here. Who's Al? I don't know that guy. My 3D printers are maybe not working. They're not going right now, but I just got done 3D printing this leatherback turtle skull last night, and I'm really excited about it. I'll be doing so much more 3D printing in the near future. I'm super excited. Anyhow, let me see what Andrew said, and then we've got a question after Laramie. They're from the same root word, HD. We'll talk about that in a second. Good question. Cool. Andrew says he'll be in touch with me soon about the that abstract. Beautiful. I might be an author on like maybe 4 or 5 different abstracts, maybe more at SVP this year. Holy cow. Yeah. I've got to get mine ready. They're both due at the end of the month. Yeah, so Laramidia. Here, you heard that line. There are approximately 20,000 T-Rex on Laramidia. So Laramidia is our name for this ancient continent here. during the late Cretaceous, there was the Western Interior Seaway that cut North America in two. And it expands and contracts at different times. There's a lot of interesting nuance. There's a lot going on. But what's important to know for right now is that you have Laramidia in the west, which at times actually connected up to Asia. You could walk all the way from Mongolia or China to Mexico at the time. It's difficult to walk there nowadays. You get pretty wet. Yeah, but trying to walk from Wyoming to Illinois, you could do that nowadays, as long as you don't get hit by a car or something. Couldn't do that at the time. There was this big seaway in between. Appalachia in the east, that's our name for this ancient continent. Laramidia in the west. We're going to be talking a lot about Laramidia over the next month as I'm doing fieldwork in Wyoming here, because this was once the west coast of, or the east coast, excuse me, of Laramidia. So Laramidia and Laramie, Wyoming, I think are named after the same thing. Laramidia. I remember looking this up. I forget the exact answer, but we'll find it now. It's named after the Laramide orogeny. And the phenomenon is named for the Laramie Mountains of eastern Wyoming. And the Laramie Mountains, I think, are what Laramie, Wyoming is named after. Yeah. Oh, the mountains are named after the Laramie River. And the river was named for Jacques Laramie, there we go, a fur trapper who often visited the area in the early 19th century. Laramie County, Wyoming, the city of Laramie, and other geographical entities in the region have Laramie in their names, and they're all named after this guy, Jacques Laramie. Interesting that one possibly illiterate fur trapper now has an entire multi-million-year continent named after him. That's pretty funny. His name has been spelled so many different ways that I'm guessing he probably couldn't read or write, but I don't know. Let's see. He's known for his character and peaceful reputation. Good for him. Let's see. It reminds me of that old song. Does anybody know the Jim Bridger song? By Johnny Horton. There we go. Can I find it with subtitles, perhaps? No, I guess not. I love that there's a song about Jim Bridger. Anyway. Anyway, good stuff. I don't know if there's a song about Jacques Laramie, but now there's well, an entire continent named after him. Laramidia. Pretty cool. Of course, we're going to be talking so much more about Laramidia all throughout the month of June. As I'm there in Wyoming doing fieldwork and streaming it, I can't wait. It's going to be a ton of fun. Anywho, that being said, I got to hop on the phone with a few different people. I'll see if I can maybe even get a hold of Ethan, because I need to call him about some stuff and talk to Andrew as well. But, yeah. Let's wrap this up, shall we? And I'll see you all again tomorrow. Don't go away just yet. We'll see whom we can raid into with a Deinonychus skull under our credits. See if we can continue our science this evening. Who else is live right now? Let's see here. Casey Snowart is on. Let's go right into Casey. Spell that right? Yes. Excellent. Yeah. Thank you to everybody who's shown up here in our credits. From those new follows and those raiders, to the subscribers and the resubscribers and the cheerers who keep the lights on here, keep me here on the air with their financial support. To the moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Help keep the vibes just right. Appreciate you mods more than you know. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what we'll be doing. I think Wednesday is Mary Anning's birthday, right? Yeah. So we'll see what we get up to tomorrow. Might be some more fossil news. But whatever we get up to, I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. And I hope to see you there. Right now, we're going to go see what Casey Snowart is up to. Take care, everybody.